Chapter 295. Sun Zhongyan was so shocked by this that he couldn't react for a while. This means that Rong Xiu is already on the 4th level, and Chu Luyue is most likely on the 7th level. This, Uncle Master, what should we do now? Even though Sun Zhongyan had been through a lot, he still panicked in this situation. Yi Zhiding furrowed his brows and was extremely anxious. He kept waving the fan in his hand up and down. This bastard is determined to come out. If we can't completely deal with it, I'm afraid no one will be able to enter Jiuyou Tower. Not to mention, he wasn't completely confident that he could completely suppress Jiuyou Tower when it was broken. Even if he could, how much time would it take? Could Chu Luyue and Rong Xiu, who were inside, safely wait until then? Now that the black karmic fire had been released, half of the tower was probably filled with this fire. The two of them were probably in an extremely dangerous situation. Yi Zhiding suddenly rushed toward Jiuyou Tower. However, at this moment, a ball of black karmic fire rose again. Waves of heat surged and blocked Yi Zhiding outside. Crack! Another crack appeared on Jiuyou Tower. More and more flames surged out. The air around Jiuyou Tower became extremely hot, and even the trees at the side were burning. Yi Zhiding stared at Jiuyou Tower, and his heart gradually sank. Everyone, listen to my orders. Activate the locking heaven formation. Suppress this bastard. An old and deep voice spread far and wide, echoing in the sky above Tianlu Academy. Yes. All the elders and teachers answered in unison. While the outside world was in chaos, there was an eerie silence in Jiuyou Tower. 7th level, unlike the 6th level, the 7th level was empty. It was a complete and huge space. At this moment, Chu Luyue was standing in this huge space and looking at the scene in front of her. She was shocked and couldn't calm down for a long time. In front of her was a huge, transparent, three-legged cauldron. It was unknown what material this cauldron was made of. It was neither stone nor jade, and it was colorless. There were strange patterns carved on the outside. Perhaps because it was too old, the pattern on it had become somewhat blurry. Chu Luyue looked at it for a long time, but he couldn't recognize the pattern on it. However, this was nothing. What was more important was that there was a ball of black karmic fire burning wildly within the cauldron. The entire space became incomparably hot because of the existence of this flame. And the flames inside were crazily rushing out. If Chu Luyue could go out now, he would know that the black karmic fire that was crazily spreading under Jiuyou Tower came from this cauldron. However, she was certain that this flame was exactly the same as the one engraved on the door of Jiuyou Tower. When she first entered Jiuyou Tower, she was burned by the illusory flames and almost lost her life. From the looks of it, it was this thing. A ferocious and ruthless aura continuously gushed out from the transparent medicinal cauldron. Chu Luyue took a deep breath. Previously, when Dumpling swallowed the 7th level's barrier, she followed Dumpling up to the 7th level. When she came up, she saw everything in front of her. She never thought that there would be such a strange flame hidden on the 7th level of Jiuyou Tower. According to her understanding of Jiuyou Tower, this thing had probably existed here since the beginning. It was really strange. The Cave of Heavenly Origins was a rare sacred place for cultivation. No one would trap a fiend here, much less leave behind such a strange flame. This thing was sinister and cold. Even though there was still a distance between them, Chu Luyue felt a chill in her heart. It was hard to imagine who had set up so many things in Jiuyou Tower back then. Suddenly, 2 balls of red light appeared in the flame. In the next moment, Chu Luyue suddenly realized that it wasn't red light but a pair of scarlet eyes. She had seen this pair of eyes before. They were the eyes of that eagle. She had felt the threat of this pair of eyes countless times, so she could recognize it at once. However, compared to before, seeing it with her own eyes this time brought her even greater shock. That bone-chilling and terrifying aura enveloped her, making it almost impossible for her to escape. Chu Liuyue's blood seemed to have frozen. Only her heart was beating wildly. She walked forward almost uncontrollably. At this moment, Dumpling, who was squatting on her shoulder, suddenly jumped up. Furthermore, it let out a threatening cry of warning. Chu Liyue was shocked. Only then did she come back to her senses and stop in her tracks. Immediately after, she broke out in a cold sweat. She was actually bewitched by that pair of eyes just now. Once she got close, it would be dangerous. She frowned as she looked at the crazily burning flame and asked word by word, "Who are you? Who are you, and why do you keep targeting me?" What answered her was a hissing sound. The other party clearly didn't intend to answer her question. Chu Liyue looked at Dumpling. "Dumpling, can you tell what fiend it is?" Dumpling sized it up and shook its head. Chu Liyue's mind raced. She had seen many high-level fiends in her previous life, but the eagle-type ones didn't seem to be similar to this one. For a moment, she couldn't be sure of the other party's true identity. But she could be sure of one thing: this beast really wanted to get out of here. She didn't know if this transparent medicine cauldron was used to seal it or to rear it. Chu Liyue didn't dare to act recklessly. Just as she was deep in thought, a trace of biting cold murderous intent flashed in that pair of scarlet eyes. The next moment, a ball of black karmic fire transformed into a pair of huge wings and flew towards her. Fierce eyes and sharp beak. In the blink of an eye, it rushed in front of Chu Liyue. Chu Liyue was shocked and wanted to retreat immediately. However, that terrifying aura almost made her unable to move. Just in this moment of hesitation, her body was already enveloped by that pair of wings. Dumpling's hair stood on end and wanted to rush up immediately. At this moment, the water droplet that was quietly suspended in Chu Liyue's dantian suddenly spun rapidly. Digression, phew. Time for dinner. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 296. A vast oppressive aura suddenly descended. A powerful devouring force was emitted from the water droplet. The phantom that was about to reach Chu Liyue seemed to have sensed danger. A trace of panic flashed across its eyes, and it quickly retreated. A red flame surged out from Chu Liyue's body. It chased after the phantom crazily. Chi! In the blink of an eye, the two flames, one black and one red, collided. A piercing sound was heard. The black phantom seemed to have encountered something terrifying. It quickly retreated and returned to the transparent medicine cauldron. However, the red flame still chased after the edge of the medicine cauldron. It burned fiercely. A grayish-white smoke was emitted. Roar! The black karmic fire in the transparent medicine cauldron suddenly went out of control, as if it had been greatly agitated. And that mournful cry came from within. Chu Liyue looked at the scene in shock. The red flame came out on its own. She did not have time to think about anything just now. The water droplet in her dantian was the first to exert force. It chased the black phantom back. To be precise, the black karmic fire was fleeing in a sorry state. Chu Liyue could feel the deep fear in the beast's heart even through the transparent medicine cauldron. Is this the soul of some kind of demonic beast? Chu Liyue muttered softly. She saw clearly that when the black karmic fire rose, there was no demonic beast's physical body inside. However, what kind of demonic beast could survive for 1,000 years with only a soul? The doubts in Chu Liyue's heart grew. She stared at the scene in front of her and frowned. At this moment, the red flame had transformed into a huge fence, completely surrounding the transparent medicine cauldron. That mournful cry gradually became weaker. Dumpling swung its tail at the side, as if it was regretful that it could not deal with the beast personally. Chu Liyue stood in the same spot for a long time with a subtle expression. In fact, although the crimson flame had appeared very suddenly, she had sensed it. For example, she seemed to have sensed the beast's fear and retreat. It seemed like it wanted to surrender. Chu Luiyue carefully sensed it and found that he seemed to be able to control the red flame. With a wave of her hand, the flame flew back into her palm. The originally arrogant black karmic fire had already wilted. In comparison, it was obviously not a match for Chu Luiyue's flames. Chu Luiyue couldn't help but look down. On his palm, there was only a small cluster of dancing red flames. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, no one would have thought that the flames actually contained such a powerful force. This scarlet flame was clearly from the water droplet. Its color was very similar to the red words that had appeared on the water droplet. Chu Luiyue suppressed all the thoughts that flashed through his mind and looked ahead. Admit defeat or continue? 5th floor of Jiuyou Tower. The black karmic fire was quickly spreading upwards from below. From the inside to the outside, it was filled with blazing flames. At a glance, it was like purgatory. However, in this sea of fire, there was a person walking up slowly. He was dressed in white, and his figure was tall and slender. Every step he took was casual and calm. In the endless darkness, he was the only white. With every step he took, the flames in front of him would automatically part and open up a path. He walked alone, and the two simple yet extreme colors reflected each other like an eternal painting. Soon, he reached the barrier of the 6th floor. He stood at the top of the stairs, and his deep gaze swept across the barrier. Then, he reached out his palm and slowly placed it on the barrier. He seemed to be able to feel a trace of residual heat. That was her aura. Rong Xiao sighed softly. I thought that she would at most reach the 6th floor, but I didn't expect that. He curled his fingers slightly, and the barrier spread silently. He continued to walk up. Rong Xiao has already reached the 6th floor. Yi Zhiding, who had been paying attention to the situation in Jiuyou Tower, suddenly exclaimed. Sun Zhongyan's eyelids twitched harshly. One Chu Luiyue isn't enough. Why is Rong Xiao also? How did the two of them do it? He pondered for a while and finally said, Uncle Master, actually, this might not be a bad thing. The bottom 5 floors of Jiuyou Tower are already surrounded by the black karmic fire. If we can escape to the top, we might be able to avoid it. Zhongyan, I remember that you've been to the 5th floor before, right? Sun Zhongyan nodded in confusion. Yi Zhiding sighed softly. Then, do you think the fire below is more dangerous, or the floors above? Sun Zhongyan was speechless. He clearly remembered that the pressure would increase with every level he ascended. Whether it was Chu Luiyue or Rong Xiao, they didn't seem to have enough ability to support it. Director. The fire seems to be a little smaller. Not far away, Baichun suddenly shouted. The others hurriedly looked over and indeed realized that the fire that had reached the 5th floor didn't continue to go up. Also, compared to before, it did seem to be a little weaker. Yi Zhiding stared at it for a while, but his expression didn't relax at all. Instead, his brows furrowed even more tightly. Sun Zhongyan was about to say, "That's great," when he turned and saw Yi Zhiding's expression. His smile suddenly froze. "Uncle Master, what's wrong?" "Something's wrong," Yi Zhiding muttered softly. Sun Zhongyan took another look and asked in confusion, "Something's wrong? Something's wrong? What's wrong? Isn't that ferocious beast suppressed by our locking heaven formation? I think the fire seems to be a lot smaller. This should be a sign that they're going to win." Yi Zhiding didn't say anything and only shook his head slowly. Something's wrong indeed. The locking heaven formation didn't suddenly increase its power, and the ferocious beast's transformation was too sudden. Could it be that something happened in Jiuyou Tower? For some reason, he felt a little uneasy as if something was about to happen. Screech. At this moment, a crisp chirp sounded from afar. Everyone looked up and saw a palm-sized green sparrow flying rapidly toward Jiuyou Tower. It was extremely fast, and green flames were burning on its body. From afar, it looked like a green fireball. That's a 7th grade fiend, a green sparrow? Yi Zhiding was shocked. Sun Zhongyan hurriedly explained. Uncle Master, that's the fiend of the Tianling dynasty's era, Mu Qinghe. Yi Zhiding had been in seclusion previously, so he didn't know what was happening in the outside world. However, he heard the words Tianling dynasty very clearly. He was shocked. When he looked carefully, he indeed saw a young man following behind the green sparrow. He was dressed in ordinary clothes and had a handsome face. However, the scar on his left eye made him look even more stern and oppressive. What surprised Yi Zhiding the most was that he couldn't see through the other party's cultivation level. Hongyao was furious when it saw the burning black karmic fire. It flapped its wings and flew toward Joyo Tower. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Web. Chapter 297. Mu Qinghe frowned when she saw the burning Joyo Tower. His heart skipped a beat when he saw Hongyao rushing inside, but he didn't stop it. In the blink of an eye, Hongyao had already passed through the black karmic fire, and its small figure disappeared into Joyo Tower. Before Sun Zhongyan could stop it, he discovered that the azure sparrow had already disappeared before his eyes. He looked at Yi Zhiding hesitantly. Yi Zhiding was very calm. That's a 7th grade fiend. Nothing will happen to it. At the very least, there's still its master. Sun Zhongyan was then relieved. That's right. I almost forgot that Mu Qinghe is here too. He looked at Mu Qinghe and cupped his hands. Vice Admiral Mu. Why are you here? Mu Qinghe's tone was calm. After such a big commotion, the entire imperial city knows about it. Many people had already arrived outside Tianlu Academy, let alone him. Sun Zhongyan was a little awkward. Mu Qinghe stared at the burning flames on Joyo Tower and frowned. I didn't expect such a ferocious beast to be hidden under Joyo Tower. He was still a little confused previously as he didn't know what kind of fiend could hurt Hongyao. But now, he understood a little after seeing this scene. Sun Zhongyan did not know how to respond. After hesitating for a moment, he said worriedly, Vice Admiral Mu, this place is very dangerous now. Your fiend just ran in, it would be fine if nothing happened, but if something happened, they wouldn't be able to escape responsibility. Mu Qinghe's expression was still cold. It knows what it's doing. Although it's a little dangerous, it's definitely not fatal. It's not impossible to let Hongyao train for a while. Since Mu Qinghe said that, Sun Zhongyan couldn't persuade her anymore. He returned to Yi Zhiding's side and activated the locking heaven formation together. Mu Qinghe's gaze slowly swept across the locking heaven formation and finally landed on the silver pestle in the middle. A look of surprise flashed across her eyes. That thing, this small Tianlu Academy seems to be much more complicated than I imagined. Hongyao easily passed through the black karmic fire without any damage. However, it took some effort to enter the sealed Joyo Tower. The door below was locked, and the windows on the other floors were all closed. In the end, it finally found the crack in the middle of the tower and flew in against the flames that were constantly gushing out. Puff! Chu Luyue was confronting the beast when he suddenly heard a strange sound coming from above. She looked up and saw a familiar green figure flying towards her. She widened her eyes in shock. Red Demon? Why are you here? After saying that, she suddenly realized that her tone was too familiar, so she immediately looked behind Hongyao vigilantly. Fortunately, Mu Qinghe did not follow. Red Demon flapped its wings and flew in. At a glance, it saw the transparent medicine cauldron below as well as the black flames that were crazily burning in it. Within it, it felt a familiar threat. It was this fellow who had caused it to be injured. Red Demon widened its eyes and was about to rush up to take revenge. However, at this moment, it suddenly heard Chu Luyue's voice. It looked up in shock and saw that Chu Luyue was also here. It was pleasantly surprised and hurriedly turned around and flew toward Chu Luyue. Before it could fly over, a red shadow flashed and blocked its path. It was Dumpling. Just like before, Dumpling stared at Hongyao vigilantly, making it clear that she did not want it to get close to Chu Luyue. Hongyao was also annoyed, and the flames on its body suddenly rose. The two little ones were in a confrontation again. Chu Luyue looked at them helplessly. He knew that when these two were together, they would always be at odds. How could they fight as soon as they met? Dumpling. Chu Luyue's tone contained a faint warning. Tuanzi was not convinced, so she snorted and refused to retreat. Hongyao also did not give in and stared at Dumpling. Chu Luyue said, "If you want to fight, go out and fight now." The two little ones froze at the same time. Chu Luyue continued, "Dumpling, I won't help you. Hongyao is a 7th-grade demonic beast. You may not be its opponent now." Dumpling held its head in annoyance. Hongyao's eyes flashed with a trace of pride, and it bit its wings. "And Hongyao?" Chu Luyue looked at it again. "If you kill my demonic beast, you know the consequences." Hongyao was stunned. Dumpling was very proud. She turned around and shook her butt at Hongyao arrogantly. Hongyao was so angry that it turned around a few times. Finally, it stopped and looked at Chu Luyue pitifully. Her ruby-like eyes were instantly filled with tears, turning even redder. It was so angry that it cried. Chu Luyue's heart suddenly softened. In fact, she knew that Hongyao just wanted to come to her side. After all, she used to help Mu Qinghe raise it for so long, and every time it was angry with Mu Qinghe, she always helped it vent its anger. Hongyao had always been very dependent on her. It was even closer to her than its real master, Mu Qinghe. As a reincarnated human, Hongyao could recognize her. How could she not be moved? She didn't know how Hongyao had lived for more than a year. Finally, she sighed softly and waved her hand. "Hongyao." Dumpling suddenly froze and looked up at Chu Luyue in disbelief. Chu Luyue glanced at it. Dumpling immediately became obedient. Although it was still angry, it didn't dare to really anger Chu Luyue. When Red Demon heard the summon, it flew over in surprise and joy. Seeing that it was about to jump into her arms again, Chu Luyue smiled helplessly and dotingly. However, when it arrived in front of her, Hongyao suddenly stopped. It looked at Chu Luyue hesitantly with a timid look in its eyes. It had imagined such a scene countless times, but every time, it was like a bubble that burst. In fact, in more than a year, it had gradually accepted the fact that that person was no longer around. It was just that it was unwilling to admit it. But now, she was right in front of it. What if it was still the same as before, dissipating with a touch? Seeing Hongyao's hesitant and timid look, Chu Luyue's heart ached and she softened her voice. "Yao Yao, come here." Hearing this, Hongyao's body suddenly froze, but its eyes were filled with endless ecstasy. In this world, no one would call it that again. It finally stopped hesitating and jumped into Chu Luyue's arms. Chu Luyue raised her hand and gently stroked its head. Hongyao's body trembled, and big drops of tears rolled down. Chu Luyue was very glad that she met Hongyao here again. Otherwise, she would never dare to do this. Tuanzi looked at this scene angrily from the side. What was there to cry about? It didn't even cry. While thinking, it quickly stretched out its claws and wiped its face. Roar! At this moment, the beast in the medicine cauldron, which had already quieted down, roared again. Hongyao turned around angrily. Then it quickly flew out. It didn't make a sound earlier or later, but chose this moment. This beast must be doing it on purpose. New hatred and old hatred, I'll take revenge together. Digression, I'll update 4 chapters in the morning, and then I'll go out. I don't know if there will be 5 chapters today. Don't wait. Mobile users, please browse and read. Chapter 298. The red demon flapped its wings, and 2 balls of blue flames burned instantly. Behind it, an enormous azure phantom suddenly appeared. The suppression of a 7th-grade fiend was unparalleled. Chu Luiyue glanced at Hong Yao in shock. She didn't expect it to use a killer move right from the start. However, on second thought, Hong Yao seemed to have been injured by this thing previously. Hong Yao had always been very vengeful. How could it let it go just like that? This time, it must find a way to get back at Hong Yao. As if sensing the threat from Hong Yao, the black karmic fire in the transparent cauldron suddenly jumped violently. Chu Luiyue narrowed her eyes. This ferocious beast indeed doesn't give up. It showed weakness previously only because it was at a disadvantage. Suddenly, her gaze focused. There seemed to be a stream of light on the transparent cauldron. She felt that something was amiss and took a closer look. However, she didn't see anything this time. Screech! Hong Yao let out a clear cry and flapped its wings. The 2 green flames were flapped out harshly. They went straight for the transparent cauldron. Crack! Another crack appeared on Jiuyou Tower. Even more black flames gushed out from within. Seeing this scene, everyone was extremely nervous and speechless. Yi Zhiding injected force into the silver pestle again. The suppression above the locking heaven formation increased again. However, the power in Jiuyou Tower seemed to have suddenly become violent. What's going on? Didn't the black flames stop for a while just now? Sun Zhongyan was shocked. Yi Zhiding's expression was solemn. As expected. He felt that something was amiss just now, and it seemed like it was indeed so. The black karmic fire wasn't suppressed by the locking heaven formation but by the ferocious beast. Although he didn't know where its power came from, he was certain that if the ferocious beast continued to become stronger, the locking heaven formation would eventually break. Bam! A rock suddenly peeled off Jiuyou Tower. Yi Zhiding's heart suddenly sank. Jiuyou Tower is probably going to collapse. On the other side, Mu Qinghe's gaze focused. She actually saw a familiar green flame in the black karmic fire. Is Hong Yao fighting with that ferocious beast? It seems like the battle is intense. However, the situation of the red demon seemed a bit strange. Although it was proud and stubborn, it was also lazy. That ferocious beast had injured it before, so it would definitely take this opportunity to take revenge. But it seemed that there was no need to use such a killer move right from the start. After Red Demon went in, it seemed to be very excited. He thought for a moment, then suddenly asked Sun Zhongyan, "Is there anyone else in Jiuyou Tower?" Sun Zhongyan was very surprised. How did Vice Admiral Mu know? He had just arrived, so he shouldn't have had the time to hear the discussions of the people below, right? Mu Qinghe already had a vague guess in her heart. Chu Luiyue. Sun Zhongyan was stunned. Seeing his reaction, Mu Qinghe knew that she was right. Chu Luiyue was indeed in Jiuyou Tower. He looked at Jiuyou Tower again with a deep gaze. This Chu Luiyue really has a lot of mysteries. Is Vice Admiral Mu worried about Lu Yu? Sun Zhongyan asked tentatively. After all, Chu Luiyue had the Daijing Yuan Meridian, and he was the only person who had the chance to go to the Tianling dynasty with Mu Qinghe. It was normal for Mu Qinghe to be worried. Hearing this, Mu Qinghe didn't comment. Sun Zhongyan wiped the sweat off his forehead. Vice Admiral Mu, don't worry. Lu Yu is a student of our school and also Uncle Master's disciple. We will save her no matter what. Mu Qinghe lifted her chin slightly, and her eyes were filled with scrutiny. Just by relying on this half-activated locking heaven formation? Sun Zhongyan was speechless. Mu Qinghe was right. This locking heaven formation seemed to be fully activated, but only half of its power was released. This was because Yi Zhiding was around, and it was already better than before. But in reality, The real locking heaven formation was dozens of times more complicated than what was shown now. However, as their cultivation levels were limited, they could only perform to this standard with so many people working together. That complicated Xian formation pattern made him feel dizzy just by looking at it for a while, let alone activating it. If he couldn't do it, the other Xian masters in the school naturally couldn't do it either. As a result, he fell into this awkward situation. His Majesty has arrived. Her Majesty has arrived. Suddenly, an anxious voice was heard from afar. Everyone was shocked. Why is Emperor Xiaofan here at this time? The Empress is here too? Zuorong and the rest turned around and saw Emperor Xiaofan rushing over as expected. The Empress followed closely behind. Chu Ning led a group of imperial guards over with the two of them. Your Majesty. Zuorong and the rest hurriedly went forward and were about to bow when Emperor Xiaofan stopped them. Where's seventh brother? This seventh brother naturally referred to the current seventh prince, Prince Li, Rongxiu. Nobody expected his first sentence to be about Rongxiu, and they couldn't help but be dazed. Cold resentment flashed across the Empress's eyes, but it was fleeting, and nobody noticed it. After hearing that something happened at Jiuyou Tower, Emperor Xiaofan immediately rushed over from the palace. She rarely saw Emperor Xiaofan so nervous, so she didn't need to think to know who he was worried about. Isn't it all because Rongxiu is in Tianlu Academy? I originally thought that His Majesty bestowed the title of princely to Rongxiu, and it's already a great honor. I didn't expect him to favor Rongxiu to this extent. After not having him by his side for so many years, His Majesty still dotes on Rongxiu the most. Isn't all of this because of that woman? She's clearly been dead for so many years, but her soul still lingers around. How disgusting. The Empress's fingernails dug deep into her palms, but her expression didn't change as she gently advised from the side. Your Majesty, don't worry. Prince Li is blessed, and he'll be fine. Didn't you say that all the students in the academy have left? Look, they're all over there. Prince Li will definitely be fine. Emperor Xiaofan hurriedly looked up and indeed saw all the students gathered together. Jiuyou Tower was burning in the distance, but it was still quite a distance away. Besides, the academy's elders and teachers were around, so there shouldn't be any problems. However, Emperor Xiaofan scanned the surroundings and didn't see Rongxiu. He couldn't help but frown. Why isn't old Seven here? Zuorong was the first to react. When he heard Emperor Xiaofan's question, he didn't know what to say. Your Majesty, Prince Li, looking at his hesitant appearance, Emperor Xiaofan instantly had an ominous feeling. Where exactly is he? Zuorong looked down. Your Majesty, Prince Li is in Jiuyou Tower now. What? Emperor Xiaofan felt as if he was struck by lightning, and his body suddenly shook. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from IUN. Chapter 299. The Empress hurriedly held onto Emperor Xiaofan and worriedly said, Don't worry. Your Majesty, you must take care of your health. Emperor Xiaofan held the Empress's wrist tightly and finally stabilized himself. He anxiously looked at Jiuyou Tower as he was worried and angry. How could this be? Aren't all the other students here? Why is he in Jiuyou Tower? Zuorong and the others looked at each other, not knowing what to do. Boom! At that moment, the flames on Jiuyou Tower exploded again. It continued to spread upwards. Emperor Xiaofan's heart twitched when he saw this, and he finally couldn't suppress the anger in his heart. His health isn't good to begin with, and you actually allowed him to enter Jiuyou Tower? What kind of intentions are you harboring? If anything happens to him, we will definitely not let you off easily. Emperor Xiaofan had always respected Tianlu Academy's elders and teachers, so he had never spoken to them in such a tone. Therefore, when His Majesty shouted, everyone was taken aback. Only then did they realize that His Majesty was very worried about Prince Li, Zuorong explained helplessly. Your Majesty, please calm down. Actually, His Highness Prince Li went in himself. Emperor Xiaofan was dazed, and his face was filled with suspicion. How is that possible? Rong Xiu clearly knew that he was sick. How could he be so stupid as to enter Joyo Tower? We dare not deceive your Majesty, so we can only tell you the truth. In fact, all the students had been chased out of Joyo Tower before the anomaly. After that, the black karmic fire burned in Joyo Tower, but Prince Li entered Joyo Tower at that time. He swallowed hard. Elder Wei Yun and the others tried to stop him, but they failed. These two simple sentences contained a huge amount of information. Emperor Xiaofan took a while before he recovered his senses. You're saying that he passed through the flames? Because of the shock, his voice was trembling. Zuorong and the others could only nod. Yes. In fact, how could they not be shocked? Rong Xiu's actions were tantamount to courting death. Later on, we also tried to go in, but the fire was too big. There was nothing we could do. Zuorong lowered his head as he spoke. He himself knew that this explanation sounded very weak. Even though it was true. However, they had indeed failed to protect Rong Xiu. If something really happened to Rong Xiu, Emperor Xiaofan looked up and dazedly stared at Joyo Tower, which was surrounded by black karmic fire. His face turned pale, and he didn't say anything for a long time. The Empress stood beside him. Her wrist hurt from his unconsciously pinching. She didn't need to look to know that it was bruised. However, she calmly endured it. What was this bit of pain? Hearing that Rong Xiu was trapped in Joyo Tower was enough to offset the pain. Could Rong Xiu survive in such a dangerous place? Originally, he was still worrying about how to get rid of this thorn in his side. Who would have thought that he would send himself to death? Zuorong had made it clear that it was Rong Xiu who insisted on going in. If he died, he could not blame anyone. At the very least, it had nothing to do with her and her son. The Empress suppressed the joy in her heart and tightly knitted her brows as she comforted him. Your Majesty, don't be anxious. Prince Li always knows his limits, and he must have his reasons for doing this. Now that Elder Yi is here, I'm sure Prince Li will be safe. However, Emperor Xiaofan couldn't hear a single word. Elder Yi was indeed here, but everyone could tell that the locking heaven formation couldn't last much longer. Besides, even Joyo Tower was starting to collapse. Quickly think of a way to save Rong Xiu. Emperor Xiaofan muttered as he suddenly saw Mu Qinghe's figure from the corner of his eye. His eyes lit up as if he had seen the last straw. Vice Admiral Mu. Vice Admiral Mu. Upon hearing that, Mu Qinghe looked at Emperor Xiaofan. He naturally knew about Emperor Xiaofan's actions and knew that Emperor Xiaofan wanted to ask him for help. However, he didn't intend to help. Looking at Mu Qinghe's cold and nonchalant expression, Emperor Xiaofan felt very uneasy. However, at this juncture, he couldn't think of any other solution. Thus, he could only beg. Vice Admiral Mu, you're very capable. You can definitely, don't save him. Mu Qinghe straightforwardly interrupted Emperor Xiaofan, leaving no room for negotiation. Emperor Xiaofan's face turned even paler. Just as he was about to continue fighting, Mu Qinghe spoke again. He's not in any danger now. Why should I save him? Inside Joyo Tower. Bang! Hongyao suffered a blow, and its body flew backward before landing harshly on the floor. The green fire on its body also became much weaker. Hongyao. Chu Luyue immediately went forward. Hongyao struggled to get up, but it still collapsed in the end. On its wing, there was a bloody wound. Chu Luyue carefully carried it up and turned around to take a look. The aura of the illusion formed by the black karmic fire in the transparent cauldron was also much weaker. The two of them fought intensely and actually ended in a draw. Chu Luyue knew that Hongyao had previously fought with the other party and was injured. Thus, she didn't dare to underestimate it at all. However, she didn't expect Hong Yao to be on par with the other party when it went all out. If this thing really escaped, she really didn't know how much trouble it would cause. At this moment, Chu Luiyue saw another ray of light flash across the transparent cauldron. This time, it was much clearer than before. Chu Luiyue could even tell that the ray of light seemed to follow the strange pattern on the cauldron. She didn't know if it was her imagination. She kept feeling that after the ray of light flashed, the pattern on the cauldron seemed to be clearer than before. Hong Yao lay in Chu Luiyue's arms, but it still stared at the cauldron with indignance. It was already embarrassing enough to lose once previously, but it didn't expect it to lose the second time. If this spread out, its reputation would be ruined. Hong Yao moved and wanted to fight again, but it could only flap its wings weakly. Chu Luiyue said, "You're injured now, so you'd better behave yourself." Hong Yao immediately folded its wings obediently. However, thinking that it was useless after this fight, it couldn't help but bury its head in anger. Chu Luiyue understood. "You want me to help you take revenge?" Hong Yao poked its head out and answered aggrievedly. Dumpling glanced at it contemptuously and sneered. "It's useless." Hong Yao immediately glared at her fiercely. Chu Luiyue patted its head and smiled helplessly. "Okay. Wait by the side." Hong Yao reluctantly left and flew to the side. Before leaving, it didn't forget to raise its head at the black karmic fire, looking arrogant as if it had found a backer. Chu Luiyue held her forehead. Hong Yao didn't seem to realize that she was no longer who she used to be. She really wasn't sure whether she could win or not. Thinking of this, she flipped her palm. With a thought, a cluster of red flames suddenly rose. Almost at the same time. Above the transparent cauldron, endless light suddenly gushed out. The pattern on it quickly became clear. Boom. Digression, I'm going out and won't be back until very late. Therefore, there may not be 5 chapters. If there is, it will be very late. Everyone can watch it tomorrow. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from the Love Network. Chapter 300. The fire in the cauldron suddenly burned fiercely. Almost in the blink of an eye, the aura was many times stronger than before. Chu Luiyue was taken aback as she took a step back from the terrifying heatwave. Then, a pair of red eyes appeared again. All the fire in the surroundings quickly gathered. Chu Luiyue's heart skipped a beat. Previously, when this ferocious beast took form, it only gathered a portion of the fire. It had never gathered all the fire like this. Boom! A loud sound suddenly came from above. Chu Luiyue looked up and was shocked to see a ball of black karmic fire barging in from outside. It quickly merged with the illusion. Those were the flames that had surged outside previously. At this moment, for some reason, those flames actually all came back. Chu Luiyue felt uneasy. As the fire kept gathering, the illusion became more and more solid. It also gradually had a huge and clear outline. Chu Luiyue stared at it closely. That illusion looked exactly the same as the carving on Jiuyou Tower's door. It was a huge black eagle with its wings folded in front of its body. Only a pair of red eyes were filled with endless murderous intent. It made one shudder. Swoosh! Its wings suddenly spread open. A sharp screech reverberated in the entire Jiuyou Tower. Look! The fire on Jiuyou Tower is dissipating. Just as everyone was extremely nervous and worried that Jiuyou Tower would collapse, an exclamation was suddenly heard from the crowd. Everyone looked over in unison. Sun Zhongyan and the rest were pleasantly surprised. Uncle Master! It seems like the locking heaven formation is working. Yi Zhiding stared closely, and his expression suddenly changed. Oh no! Retreat! Everyone was confused. The next moment, Yi Zhiding suddenly flew toward the silver pestle in the middle. The fire outside Jiuyo Tower started surging in at an even faster speed. Yi Zhiding's hand hit the silver pestle harshly. Rich force surged in crazily. The power of the locking heaven formation increased again. At this point, everyone finally realized that the black fire wasn't extinguished. Instead, it was all surging in. Although they didn't know what was going on, anyone who saw this scene would feel that something was amiss. Bang! The cracks on Jiuyo Tower gradually expanded, and the outer layer started to peel off at an even faster speed. Through the broken Jiuyo Tower, everyone could only see an endless sea of black fire. The entire Jiuyo Tower seemed to have been occupied by the flames. Sun Zhongyan and the others felt their hearts clench tightly. The situation in Jiuyo Tower was extremely dangerous. Rong Xiao and Chu Luiyue, who were still inside, were most likely dead. Emperor Jiawen quickly walked forward, wanting to find the familiar figure in the fire. The Empress quickly pulled him back. "Your Majesty! Danger!" Zuorong and the others immediately stepped forward to stop him. What a joke! The people inside hadn't come out yet. How could they let more people in? Emperor Jiawen looked dejected as if he had aged by more than 10 years in an instant. Seeing him like this, the Empress was both jealous and delighted. It would be better if he was dead. Not far away, the students who had gathered together finally couldn't help but whisper to each other. "It's over. Jiuyo Tower is really going to collapse this time. I wonder what kind of ferocious beast is being suppressed down there. It's actually so powerful. If the director and the rest can't stop it." Pfft! What are you talking about? How can the director and the rest not have a way? Jiuyo Tower has existed for thousands of years, and the director and the elders are very strong. They can definitely suppress it again. But if Jiuyo Tower collapses, there's a pit of heavenly origins below. I really don't know what will happen after today. Be content. At least we're still alive. However, Prince Li and Chu Luiyue inside are probably. At this point, Chu Ning, who had just finished instructing his subordinates, happened to hear this. He instantly looked at the few people who were speaking in shock. "You, is inside too? I came in a hurry just now and only cared about telling the Imperial Guards to spread out and isolate Tianlu Academy. I didn't notice anything else at all." He immediately looked up and scanned his surroundings. As expected, he didn't see the familiar figure. He forcefully calmed himself down and made himself calm down. Then, he took out the compass in his arms. The needle on the compass spun gently and finally pointed to Jiuyo Tower. Chu Ning's heart was filled with worry and relief. He was worried that was indeed trapped in Jiuyo Tower. Fortunately, since the compass still had a reaction, it proved that was still fine. He put away the compass and immediately rushed toward Jiuyo Tower. "Lord Chu Ning. What are you trying to do?" Zuorong saw Chu Ning's actions and hurriedly stopped him. Chu Ning stared at Jiuyo Tower. Is still inside." "I." Rumble. Dark clouds gathered in the sky, and a sudden clap of thunder sounded. A silver lightning suddenly appeared in the rolling clouds. Soon after, the crowd saw that the lightning was rapidly descending and striking straight down. It went straight for Yi Zhiding. Yi Zhiding was forced to retreat quickly. Boom! The bolt of lightning struck the silver pestle with unparalleled precision. In the next moment, the lightning transformed into countless streaks of light that quickly spread down and covered the entire Jiuyo Tower. Bam! Above the heaven ceiling array, a star suddenly exploded. An elder suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. The area under his feet also quickly dimmed. Then, without waiting for everyone to react, multiple sounds came from the locking heaven formation. Bam, bam, bam. In the blink of an eye, the massive heaven ceiling formation dimmed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Then, it completely collapsed. A huge black figure suddenly rushed out of Joyo Tower. Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 301. The Locking Heaven Formation cracked. A few elders and teachers suffered a huge backlash and fell down one after another. Even Yi Zhiding took a few steps back. Joyo Tower was already enveloped by endless streams of light, dazzling everyone. However, everyone present only felt endless fear when they saw this scene. Now that the Locking Heaven Formation cracked, they wouldn't be able to continue suppressing the ferocious beasts in Joyo Tower. "Uncle Master, what do we do now?" Sun Zhongyan asked anxiously. Yi Zhiding swallowed the bloody stench in his throat. "Quick! Repair the Locking Heaven Formation." Inside Joyo Tower, Chu Luyue clearly heard the thunder and saw the bolt of lightning harshly striking down from the top of the pagoda. Countless streams of light appeared on the walls in all directions and surged toward the transparent cauldron in the middle. Gradually, a clear image finally appeared in the middle of the transparent cauldron. Screech! Chu Luyue was shocked. This word. Screech! At this moment, the black phantom in the transparent cauldron suddenly let out a sharp screech. The next moment, it flapped its wings and dived toward Chu Luyue. Dumpling immediately stood in front of Chu Luyue. A huge wing flapped past. A terrifying airwave came and sent Dumpling flying. Chu Luyue immediately hugged Dumpling and waved her hand. A transparent barrier instantly appeared in front of them. Boom! That ball of black fire hit the crystal barrier harshly. But this time, the black karmic fire seemed to be much stronger than before. After a moment of stalemate, a crack actually appeared on the crystal barrier. The huge black eagle's eyes were filled with crazy murderous intent, and its sharp claws slapped down harshly. Crack! The colored glass barrier was completely shattered. Chu Luyue suddenly looked up. The sharp claws were already in front of her. They were about to land and tear her into pieces. She retreated without hesitation and waved her hand at the same time. A ball of red fire suddenly surged out of her palm. Then, it condensed into a huge barrier at a visible speed. Boom! 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 The two balls of flames collided fiercely. Sparks flew everywhere. A terrifying shockwave spread out, and Chu Luyue was sent flying. With a bang, he hit the wall. Her body trembled and she felt as if her internal organs were squeezed together. It was about to explode. At the same time, Rongxiu, who was also in Joyo Tower, had already moved from the 6th level to the 7th level. Looking at the damaged 7th barrier in front of him, Rongxiu's eyes flashed with a hint of understanding, as if he had already guessed who had done this. The surrounding black karmic fire quickly surged toward the 7th level. However, when they passed by Rongxiu, they automatically avoided him. Rongxiu lifted his foot and continued to walk up. However, right at that moment, several silver rays of light flowed over and began to repair the damaged barrier at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, the barrier was as good as new. Rongxiu's eyes gradually turned cold, but the corners of his mouth were dyed with a cold smile. "You want to stop me?" No one responded. Only the black karmic fire covered the barrier. It was obvious that they didn't want Rongxiu to go up to the 7th level. A trace of murderous intent flashed across Rongxiu's eyes. He raised his hand slightly, and his knuckles were distinct. A terrifying aura rapidly gathered around him. However, just as his hand was about to land on the barrier, he suddenly stopped. He closed his eyes, as if he was listening to something. Then, he opened his eyes, and his brows moved slightly. His expression became somewhat playful. Since that's the case, his palm moved slightly, and a rich force quickly surged out. Then, the force quickly condensed outside the barrier, and finally formed silver light pillars that were as thick as an adult's forearm. From the outside, it looked like the door of a cage, completely sealing off the 7th level. His thin, scarlet lips curled up slightly, as if he was waiting to watch a good show. On the 7th level. Chu Luyue slowly rubbed her shoulder. The collision just now had almost broken her shoulder blade. Fortunately, the barrier formed by the crimson flames was able to block the black karmic fire. As she watched the intense battle between the black and red flames, she thought about how to solve the current predicament. She glanced at the transparent cauldron from the corner of her eye. For some reason, she felt that the cauldron seemed to be calling out to her. That feeling was very weak at first, but now it was getting stronger. She couldn't ignore it anymore. This ferocious beast didn't have a physical body, only a soul. For it to be able to survive for 1,000 years, it must have something to do with the pit of heavenly origins under Jiuyo Tower. She didn't know who exactly suppressed this ferocious beast here, but she could guess from the carvings on the door of Jiuyo Tower that Jiuyo Tower was used to seal this ferocious beast. The black karmic fire burned continuously in the transparent cauldron. Then, there was most likely something fishy about the transparent cauldron. Thinking of this, Chu Luyue made up her mind and directly walked toward the cauldron. Sensing Chu Luyue's actions, the black phantom let out a sneer, as if mocking Chu Luyue's stupidity. The cauldron was a sacred item, and it wasn't something Chu Luyue could touch. A stage 2 warrior like her would probably die on the spot before she could even get close. The pair of scarlet eyes stared at Chu Luyue mockingly. It was just thinking about how to devour Chu Luyue, and it didn't expect her to send herself to its doorstep. Chu Luyue walked in front of the cauldron and slammed her palm on the swastika pattern. Digression, Kavinka felt terrible. Let's watch it together tonight. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 302. The Empress hurriedly supported Emperor Xiaofan and said with a worried expression, "Your Majesty, you must be careful of your body." Emperor Xiaofan's hand tightly grasped the Empress's wrist. With great difficulty, he steadied himself and anxiously looked at the 9 Netherworld Tower. His heart was filled with worry and anger. How could this be? Aren't the other students here? Why is he in the 9 Netherworld Tower? Zhuorong and the others looked at each other, not knowing what to do. Boom! At this moment, the flames above the 9 Netherworld Tower exploded again. It continued to spread upwards. Emperor Xiaofan's heart twitched when he saw this. Finally, he could not hold back the anger in his heart and shouted, "His body is not good, and you still let him enter the 9 Netherworld Tower? What are your intentions? If something happens to him, I will definitely not let you off lightly." Emperor Xiaofan had always been respectful towards the elders and teachers of the Celestial Foothill Academy. He had never spoken to them with such a tone. So when this shout came out, everyone was taken aback. Only then did they realize that His Majesty was not just worried about King Li. Zhuorong helplessly explained, "Your Majesty, please calm down. This matter was actually His Highness King Li himself entered." Emperor Xiaofan was taken aback, his face full of suspicion. How is that possible? Rong Xiu clearly knew that he was ill. How could he take things too hard and enter the 9 Netherworld Tower? "We did not dare to deceive your Majesty and could only tell the truth." In fact, before the 9 Netherworld Tower changed, all the students were driven out. Then, in the 9 Netherworld Tower, the black karmic fire burned. But it was at that time that His Highness King Li entered the 9 Netherworld Tower. He swallowed hard. Elder Wei Yun and the others tried to stop him, but they could not. It was an extremely simple sentence, but it contained a huge amount of information. Emperor Xiaofan took a while to react and asked in disbelief, "You mean, he went through the fire and entered?" Because of shock, his voice trembled a little. Zhuorong and the others could only nod. Yes. In fact, weren't they also full of horror? Rong Xiu's action was tantamount to courting death. Later, we also tried to go in, but the fire was too big, there was no way. Zhuarong said and lowered his head. He knew that his explanation sounded weak and feeble, although it was the truth. But they really did not protect Rongxiu. If something really happened to Rongxiu. Emperor Xiaofan raised his head and stared blankly at the 9 netherworld tower surrounded by the black karmic fire. His face was pale and he did not speak for a long time. The Empress stood beside him, her wrist was unconsciously pinched by him to the point that it hurt. Without looking, she knew that it must be bruised. But she quietly endured it. What was this pain? Hearing the news that Rongxiu was trapped in the 9 netherworld tower was enough to offset this pain. If Rongxiu went to such a dangerous place, could he still survive? She was originally worried about how to deal with this thorn in her side, but she did not expect that he would send himself to death. Zhuarong said very clearly that it was Rongxiu himself who wanted to go in. So if he died, no one could be blamed. At least, it had nothing to do with her mother and son. The Empress suppressed the joy in her heart and her pair of willow-shaped eyebrows tightly knitted. She comforted, "Your Majesty, don't be anxious. Prince Li has always done things with propriety. There must be a reason for him to do this. Now that Elder Yi is also here, I believe that Prince Li will be safe." At this time, Emperor Xiaofan did not listen to a single word. Elder Yi was indeed here, but who could not see that the heaven sealing array would not last long? Moreover, even the 9 netherworld tower was beginning to collapse. Quickly think of a way to save Rongxiu. Emperor Xiaofan murmured and suddenly saw Mu Qinghe's figure from the corner of his eyes. His eyes lit up as if he had seen the last straw. Deputy General Mu. Deputy General Mu. Hearing this, Mu Qinghe looked at Emperor Xiaofan. He was naturally aware of the movements on Emperor Xiaofan's side. He also knew that Emperor Xiaofan wanted to ask him for help. However, he had no intention of making a move. Looking at Mu Qinghe's cold and indifferent expression, Emperor Xiaofan felt very apprehensive. But at this juncture, he could not think of any other way and could only plead, "Deputy General Mu, your strength is superb, you can definitely, don't save him." Mu Qinghe straightforwardly interrupted Emperor Xiaofan's words, leaving no room for discussion. Emperor Xiaofan's face turned even paler. Just when he wanted to continue fighting, Mu Qinghe said again, "He is not in any danger now, why should we save him?" Inside the Jiuyo Tower. Bang! The red demon suffered a blow, and its body flew backward, falling heavily to the ground. The green flames on its body had also become much weaker. Red Demon. Chu Luyue immediately went forward. The red demon struggled to get up, but in the end, it still fell down. On its wing, there was a bloody wound. Chu Luyue carefully picked it up and looked back. In the transparent medicine cauldron, the aura of the phantom formed by the black hellfire had also weakened a lot. The two of them fought fiercely and actually ended in a draw. Chu Luyue knew that the red demon had fought with the other party before and was injured. Therefore, she did not dare to underestimate it in the slightest. However, she did not expect that the red demon would still be evenly matched with the other party when it attacked with all its might. If she really let this thing escape, she really did not know how much trouble it would cause. At this moment, Chu Luyue saw another stream of light flash past the transparent medicine cauldron. This time, it was much clearer than before. Chu Luyue could even tell that the stream of light seemed to be following the strange lines on the medicine cauldron. She did not know if it was her imagination. She had a feeling that after the stream of light flashed, the lines on the medicine cauldron seemed to be clearer than before. The red demon lay in Chu Luyue's arms, but it still stared at the medicine cauldron, its eyes filled with indignation. It had already embarrassed itself enough to lose once, but it did not expect to lose the second time. If this were to spread, would its reputation still exist? It moved and wanted to fight again, but it just flapped its wings weakly. Chu Luyue said, "You're injured now, so you'd better behave first." The red demon immediately obediently retracted its wings. But thinking that it would appear very useless after this fight, it could not help but bury its head in a fit of pique. Chu Luiyue understood. You want me to help you get revenge? Only then did the red demon poke its head out and answer pitifully. Tuanzi glanced at it contemptuously and sneered. It was useless. The red demon immediately glared at it fiercely. Chu Luiyue patted its head and smiled helplessly. All right. Just wait by the side. The red demon then reluctantly left and flew to the side. Before leaving, it did not forget to raise its head at the black hellfire with an arrogant look as if it had found a backer. Chu Luiyue held her forehead. The red demon did not seem to realize that she was no longer who she used to be. She was really not sure whether she could win or not. Thinking of this, she turned over her palm. With a thought, a crimson flame suddenly rose into the sky. Almost at the same time. Above the transparent medicine cauldron, endless flowing light suddenly gushed out. The lines on it quickly became clear. Boom! Digression, I'm going out and will be back very late. So there may not be 5 updates. If there is, it will be very late. You can read it tomorrow. Mobile users, please browse and read. For a better reading experience, please visit the website. Chapter 303. Chu Luiyue was shocked. You're the legendary three-eyed eagle? It was rumored that this divine beast was born in the far north desert and had the ability to see through heaven and earth. She had never seen a real divine beast in her 2 lives. The reason she knew about the legendary three-eyed eagle was that she had accidentally read about it in the secret history of the Tianling dynasty. She had never thought that she would meet such a divine beast. Although it was just a soul, it was already shocking enough. The legendary three-eyed eagle nodded. After a while, it seemed to be worried that Chu Luiyue wouldn't believe it, so it closed its eyes. After a short silence, a vertical pupil suddenly appeared in the middle of its eyes. There was no pupil in that vertical pupil, only a round, scarlet eyeball. It looked very strange. Chu Luiyue frowned and asked suspiciously. Isn't the third eye of the legendary three-eyed eagle silver? Why is yours red? This time, it was the legendary three-eyed eagle's turn to be surprised. You've seen my race? Chu Luiyue pondered for a moment. My ancestor has seen it before. The legendary three-eyed eagle looked at Chu Luiyue meaningfully and said slowly, my third eye was indeed silver. My divine eye was indeed silver-white in the past, but it was completely destroyed in the battle 1,000 years ago. It was also because of this that I was trapped here for 1,000 years. Chu Luiyue instantly understood. I see. No wonder someone would spend so much effort to build Jiuyo Tower. It was because they wanted to suppress a divine beast. When she first found out that there was a divine beast suppressed in the pit of heavenly origins, she was still shocked. However, everything made sense if it was the legendary three-eyed eagle. Other than this level of existence, other divine beasts couldn't possibly survive in the pit of heavenly origins for 1,000 years. Chu Luiyue pondered for a moment. Actually, this heavenly square cauldron is really used to suppress you, right? An extremely sharp glint flashed across the legendary three-eyed eagle's eyes. Chu Luiyue smiled faintly. After a short confrontation, the legendary three-eyed eagle finally said, I forgot. I forgot that the heavenly square saint cauldron is already in your body. In other words, it had already recognized Chu Luiyue as its master. Chu Luiyue naturally knew everything about it. Not bad. Although there were restrictions on Jiuyo Tower, they didn't pose a threat to him at all. Even with the existence of the heaven sealing formation, it was unable to truly trap it. If there was only Jiuyo Tower, it would have escaped long ago. Unfortunately, there was still the heavenly square cauldron. That was the real reason why it had been trapped for 1,000 years. Chu Luiyue looked around but did not see any bones. Then your skeleton, the karmic fire in the heavenly square cauldron is enough to incinerate everything. The legendary three-eyed eagle said coldly. Chu Luyue was a little confused. Since this thing is so powerful, why hasn't your soul dissipated after being burned for so long? As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Luyue could feel the hatred in the legendary three-eyed eagle's eyes. He did it on purpose. He did it on purpose. Its voice suddenly became sharp, causing Chu Luyue to feel a sharp pain in his ears. He? Who is he? The person who suppressed the legendary three-eyed eagle here? What on purpose? Chu Luyue asked instinctively. These words seemed to evoke the painful past of the legendary three-eyed eagle. It let out a shrill cry, filled with endless resentment and grief. He suppressed me in Joyo Tower, burned me with the karmic fire in the heavenly square cauldron, and nourished me with the force of the pit of heavenly origins. He made me suffer between life and death. Generation after generation. Never to be reincarnated. Chu Luyue's heart trembled slightly. So that's how it is. So that's how it is. This way, the legendary three-eyed eagle could suffer this terrifying punishment day and night, and it could never escape death. Death would be the end of it, but the most terrifying thing was that it would be worse than death. Who knew what kind of grudge that person had with the legendary three-eyed eagle? However, from the way he punished it, he was indeed a ruthless person. Chu Luyue couldn't help but recall all the rumors about Tianlu Academy in her mind. However, after thinking about it, she realized that she knew very little about the founder of Tianlu Academy, who was also the first dean. She didn't even know that person's name. In fact, she wasn't the only one. The others didn't seem to be familiar with him either. Tianlu Academy was an extremely special existence in country Yaochen. Everyone knew that it was a top-notch academy for cultivators, but very few people knew about Tianlu Academy's earliest history. So you've been trying to get out of here all this time? Chu Luyue asked softly. The legendary three-eyed eagle sneered. That's right. He thought that he was smart and found a balance between the two. He thought that he could make me suffer for eternity. However, he didn't expect that water would penetrate a stone. 1,000 years was really too long. Even it didn't know how it had endured day by day. When it was suppressed at the beginning, it was in so much pain that it wanted to die. However, to it, even death was a luxury. Later, it discovered that it could devour the force in the pit of heavenly origins. It contained violent and ferocious impurities. An ordinary fiend might have already exploded and died. However, it was a divine beast, and the karmic fire in the heavenly square cauldron happened to be able to refine it. Over time, it would be able to silently absorb energy from it and gradually become stronger. Until today, it could finally take a gamble. It had seen the locking heaven formation 1,000 years ago and knew how to break it long ago. Chu Luyue suddenly asked, "Why did you do that? Then, why did you target me when I entered Joyo Tower?" The legendary three-eyed eagle fell silent. After a while, it said in a gloomy voice, "Because there's an extremely powerful force in your body. I want to obtain this power, which is why I attacked you." Chu Luyue narrowed her eyes. Was it referring to the water droplet in her dantian? You're indeed different from ordinary people, aren't you? Otherwise, you wouldn't have been able to reach the 7th level. Chu Luyue glanced at Dumpling. She was different from ordinary people, and Dumpling was also very different from ordinary fiends. Now, since you're the owner of the heavenly square cauldron, I won't be your enemy. Chu Luyue didn't comment. Right now, everyone outside must be on high alert. The Academy's elders and teachers want to suppress you again. If I let you go, how should I deal with this situation? The legendary three-eyed eagle fell silent. Moreover, you're in a soul state now. Even if I let you go, how far can you escape? Without the force in the pit of heavenly origins, how long can you survive? Chu Luyue asked lightly. A hint of struggle flashed across the legendary three-eyed eagle's eyes. After a long while, it suddenly raised its head and looked at Chu Luyue. As long as you agree to extinguish the karmic fire in the heavenly square cauldron, I'm willing to follow you. Chapter 304. Oh? Really? Chu Luyue seemed to be a little tempted. Of course. Although I don't have a physical body now, I still have my strength. If I were to follow you, I would be considered as your right-hand man. As the legendary three-eyed eagle spoke, its cold gaze swept across Dumpling and Hong Yao. Although it didn't say anything, its meaning was already very obvious. As a mythical beast, it was the strongest existence here. Not to mention country Yao Chen, even in the entire Black Tortoise continent, mythical beasts were existences that could look down on the world. Dumpling instantly exploded and bared its teeth. What kind of gaze is that? Isn't it just a mythical beast? What's so great about it? It doesn't even have a physical body. It's far worse than the others. Hong Yao rolled its eyes and flew to Chu Luyue's shoulder. It didn't seem to intend to get involved in this matter and just seriously combed its feathers. Then, a feather with faint bloodstains fell, seemingly unintentionally floating in front of Chu Luyue's eyes. Hong Yao was stunned and then leaned on Chu Luyue's neck aggrievedly, its eyes filled with tears. Although it didn't say anything, this series of actions was silently accusing the legendary three-eyed eagle of its previous atrocities. Chu Luyue smiled helplessly and touched its wings. All right, I know you're in pain. Look at its current situation. It's much worse than you. You've taken your revenge, right? Hong Yao turned its head and sobbed even harder. Chu Luyue was speechless. Why do I feel that Hong Yao's personality is even more delicate than before? Hong Yao, if your master sees this scene. Hong Yao's body stiffened. Mu Qinghe's heart had always been cold. No matter how much Hong Yao acted coquettishly, angry, and pitiful, it was useless against Mu Qinghe. It was also because it was now beside Chu Luyue that it was so unscrupulous. If you feel too free, I can send you back at any time. Hearing this, Red Demon finally recognized the situation in front of it and stayed aside obediently. That mythological beast wasn't that powerful either. Previously, it was pretending to be a big-tailed wolf. Now, wasn't it submitting to Chu Luyue? Even if it had to follow Chu Luyue in the end, it would be ranked behind it. At that time, it would be a good opportunity to teach it the rules of first come, first served. Thinking of this, Red Demon was finally in a good mood. It flapped its wings with satisfaction. Chu Luyue looked at the legendary three-eyed eagle. With the help of a divine beast, who wouldn't be tempted? Even she felt the same way. Now that she was alone and weak, if she could really have the help of such a powerful divine beast, it would definitely be a lot more convenient. The eyes of the legendary three-eyed eagle flickered. So, I don't agree. Chu Luyue smiled and rejected the suggestion of the legendary three-eyed eagle. If I don't check it properly, I'm afraid I won't even know how I died. As she spoke, Chu Luyue checked the last cluster of karmic fire. There seemed to be something burning fiercely in the black karmic fire, letting out a strange sizzling sound. The cries of the legendary three-eyed eagle were mixed in. Chu Luyue turned a deaf ear. Soon, the karmic fire, which was originally pure black, gradually changed color. Chu Luyue's eyes narrowed, as expected. The karmic fire was indeed mixed with too much of the legendary three-eyed eagle's power. Just now, it pretended to be deeply hurt and begged Chu Luyue to extinguish the karmic fire, but in fact, it was to provoke Chu Luyue to leave the karmic fire. This was the most convenient way for it. However, it didn't expect Chu Luyue to see through its plan. Gradually, the sound of its screeching grew weaker. The black color of the cluster of karmic fire also gradually faded. When the last trace of impurities was removed, the last cluster of karmic fire had become completely transparent and had completely merged with the originally transparent heavenly square cauldron. Only the flickering, swastika, character could be clearly seen. The legendary three-eyed eagle's translucent soul was also in it, and it had completely fainted because of its weakness. Chu Luyue opened his eyes and looked at his palm. A faint, swastika, character was faintly discernible. Then, she looked at her surroundings. It was empty. Boom! A huge rock suddenly fell from the top of her head. She was shocked. Joyo Tower was really going to collapse. Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 305. She turned around to leave. Dumpling, Hongyao, let's go. The heavenly square cauldron had become hers, and the legendary three-eyed eagle was in her hands. Joyo Tower could no longer support itself. Bang! Boom! Bam! More and more rocks fell and smashed onto the ground. Smoke and dust rose everywhere. Chu Luyue quickly rushed to the stairs of the 7th floor, wanting to go down. However, he suddenly realized that the barrier that had been bitten by Tuanzi had already been restored to its original state. Moreover, there seemed to be a cage outside the barrier. Chu Luyue frowned. Suddenly, the cage outside disappeared silently. A familiar tall figure gradually appeared. A thought flashed across Chu Luyue's mind. Could it be? The next moment, the person opposite her seemed to reach out and gently tapped on the barrier. The barrier silently split from the middle. A cold and devilish face appeared in front of her. Chu Luyue opened her mouth. Rongxiu? Why are you here? Rongxiu's eyes were deep. Suddenly, he pulled her into his arms. Boom! An entire wall suddenly collapsed and smashed onto the spot where Chu Luyue was standing just now. Chu Luyue leaned against Rongxiu's arms and looked back. The originally empty 7th floor was in a mess, and the ground was filled with rocks. She gently exhaled. Although she could avoid this level of danger, she felt more at ease with Rongxiu here. She remembered that Rongxiu wasn't around when she came in. This meant that he came in after her. You came in after Joyo Tower changed? Chu Luyue asked softly. Rongxiu grunted and hugged her even tighter. Chu Luyue looked up at him. Elder Wei Yun didn't stop you? As the person guarding Joyo Tower, Elder Wei Yun would definitely sense that something was wrong with Joyo Tower immediately. Logically speaking, he would never allow Rongxiu to enter like this. Rongxiu looked at the worry in her clear and bright eyes, and his lips curved up. Of course I did. He didn't manage to stop her. Are you worried? Of course, Chu Luyue was worried. Joyo Tower was so dangerous, and Rongxiu had barged in just like that. Elder Wei Yun and the rest would definitely be suspicious. Previously, he had been hiding it well. If something was exposed because of this, don't worry. Rongxiu lowered his head and kissed her soft lips. The cool and soft touch made Chu Luyue's heart empty. Rongxiu's indistinct syllables came from between his lips and teeth. You just have to put on a show with me. Chu Luyue was stunned. What? Rongxiu chuckled and bit her lips gently. Chu Luyue opened her mouth instinctively. Rongxiu attacked her and hugged her for a while before he stopped before he lost control. Chu Luyue's eyes were watery from his kiss. Rongxiu glanced at her, then his gaze landed on her red and full lips. His eyes darkened. It was a pity that Joyo Tower was about to collapse. Otherwise, they could have stayed here for a while longer. Although he had already considered that he would have to go out and meet those people later and didn't dare to go overboard, he still couldn't control himself and kissed her until her lips were slightly red and swollen. He held Chu Liyue's face and pressed his thumb against her lips gently. A good show. Chu Liyue looked at him in confusion. The next moment, Rongxiu suddenly let go of her. He walked to the side and casually picked up a stone. Chu Luiyue suddenly had a strange premonition. Rip! With a calm expression, Rong Xiao used the sharp edges of the stone to harshly cut his arm. His snow-white clothes were instantly torn apart. A wound so deep that his bones could be seen immediately appeared on his arm. Fresh blood spurted out and quickly dyed his clothes red. Rong Xiao. Chu Luiyue immediately went forward, grabbed his wrist, and asked anxiously. "What are you doing?" Rong Xiao raised his eyebrows slightly and moved closer to her ear. His voice was low and pleasant. "Beauty, you risked your life to save me. I have nothing to repay you with. I can only repay you with my body." Chu Luiyue widened her eyes slightly. "You, Rong Xiao, actually planned to rip?" Rong Xiao made another cut on his hand. Chu Luiyue's heart was throbbing painfully. She pressed his hand down. "Rong Xiao, you don't have to do this. You really don't have to do this. There are many reasons. You can just think of one. You don't have to. But that's not as convincing as this." Rong Xiao smiled faintly. "That would be troublesome. This is better. Anne. I don't want to wait any longer." There was no better reason than this to let the two of them be together. Opportunities were hard to come by. What was such a small injury to him? Chu Luiyue's heart trembled violently. For some reason, the tip of her nose suddenly felt a little sore. Rong Xiao kissed her eyes. "If you don't want to look, then don't look. We'll be out soon." Chu Luiyue shook her head. "No. It's not that I don't want to look. I just..." She paused, then said in a low voice. "I can't bear to." Although her voice was low, it was incomparably firm. Rong Xiao was stunned. Then, the corners of his eyes and the tips of his brows were tinged with a smile. "With your words, even if I'm covered in bruises, it's still worth it." With that, he raised his hand again and made another cut on his body. Boom! Jiuyou Tower collapsed even more. Rong Xiao pulled Chu Luiyue into his arms. Stones rolled down. Chu Luiyue leaned tightly against Rong Xiao's chest. Her entire body was protected in his arms, and she couldn't see anything. However, she could clearly hear the sound of everything collapsing around her. And, those stones fell on Rong Xiao's body with dull thuds. One, and another. Chu Luiyue's heart also seemed to have been hit hard by something. Chapter 306. Hong Long Long. Jiuyou Tower suddenly collapsed. Despair was written all over everyone's faces. Jiuyou Tower had been in Tianlu Academy for thousands of years, and they had always been proud of it. Nobody would have thought that it would be destroyed in such a way. The most important thing was that there was a terrifying ferocious beast inside. Sun Zhongyan looked at Yi Zhiding nervously. "Uncle Master, the locking heaven formation has been broken, and Jiuyou Tower has completely collapsed. What should we do next?" Yi Zhiding knitted his brows and stared at the ruins. "That's not right." Sun Zhongyan was dazed. "What's not right?" "Since all the restrictions have been broken, that beast should have rushed out. Why hasn't there been any movement yet?" Upon hearing this, Sun Zhongyan immediately realized something. "You're saying..." Yi Zhiding shook his head and walked forward. "Uncle Master." Sun Zhongyan immediately stopped him. "It's dangerous." Yi Zhiding waved the blood-stained fan in his hand and chuckled. "No matter what, I'm still the director. How can I not go and take a look when such a big thing has happened?" He didn't know if it was an illusion, but he felt that the ferocious beast's aura seemed to have disappeared. He didn't notice when he had this feeling, but at this point, he really couldn't sense any danger from the ruins. Sun Zhongyan hurriedly said, "I'll go with you." The two of them went forward together. Emperor Jiawen looked at this scene dejectedly as if all his energy had been sucked out. Jiuyou Tower was already in danger when it was surrounded by the black fire. Now, Jiuyou Tower had completely collapsed into ruins. Rongxiu, I'm afraid, the Empress held his arm and softly consoled him. Your Majesty, my condolences, what nonsense are you saying? Emperor Jiawen was agitated by the words, and he pushed her harshly. The Empress didn't notice, and her body fell to the ground uncontrollably. I want to see him if he's alive, and I want to see his corpse if he's dead. Everything isn't clear yet. Who allowed you to curse him to die? Hollered Emperor Jiawen as his face flushed red, and his veins popped out. The surroundings instantly quietened down. Countless pairs of eyes landed on the Empress. The Empress felt like there was a blade on her back, and she was embarrassed. As the Empress, she had always been high and mighty. When had she ever suffered such humiliation? Although His Majesty did not dote on her much, he had always been very respectful. He had never laid a hand on her, and even rarely reprimanded her. But now, in front of all these people, she had lost all her face. Your Highness. Eunuch Min hurriedly stepped forward. Nyang Nyang, are you all right? As he spoke, he didn't forget to reprimand the person beside him. Are you all blind? What are you waiting for? The palace servants, who were shocked on the spot, finally reacted. They hurriedly went forward and helped the Empress up in a flurry. The Empress Phoenix hairpin was already a little crooked, and there was a lot of dust on her exquisite and luxurious palace dress. She looked very disheveled. The palace servants only took a glance and quickly lowered their heads, not daring to say anything. The Empress took a deep breath, pushed them away, and forced a smile. I'm fine. His Majesty was worried about Prince Li and was anxious. Go. Find it for me. Even if he had to dig 3 feet into the ground, he had to find it. Emperor Jiawen didn't seem to notice what was happening here as he only cared about Rongxiu. He hollered at the people below. The Empress choked on her words, and her face burned. This was equivalent to 2 tight slaps on her face. The surrounding gazes were like sharp knives that almost pierced through her. She wanted to leave immediately, but she clearly couldn't. She took a deep breath in and suppressed all her emotions. She tidied her phoenix hairpin and bowed to Emperor Jiawen. Your Majesty, please forgive me. I misspoke. Actually, I'm very worried about Prince Li. Emperor Jiawen coldly glanced at her as if he had seen through everything. The Empress's heart skipped a beat, and she couldn't say the rest of her words. She guiltily turned away. Emperor Jiawen chuckled in his heart. The Empress looked dignified and magnanimous, but that wasn't the case in reality. She didn't like that person back then, so she naturally wouldn't like her son now. If something really happened to Rongxiu, she would be happier than anyone else. In the past, he just turned a blind eye to it, but he couldn't be bothered to deal with her now. On the other side, Chu Ning had already rushed over with his men. He directly walked in a certain direction. His footsteps were hurried, and his expression was tense. The compass shows that is here, so she should be fine. Chu Ning walked to a certain spot and wanted to move a rock away. However, he quickly realized that the problem was more serious than he thought. The material used to build Jiuyou Tower was very special. It was just a rock that was half a person's height, but it weighed almost a ton. He was a stage 5 warrior, and he was considered a top warrior in the entire country Yaochen. However, even for him, it was not an easy task to clear all the rocks here. When the Imperial Guards saw Chu Ning's reaction, they hurriedly followed him. Lord, did you discover something? Chu Ning shook his head and didn't say anything, but he didn't stop moving. The crowd looked at each other. They had also heard from Tianlu Academy's people that Lord Chu Ning's only daughter, Chu Luyue, was also trapped inside. She was most likely dead. Go over there and move all the rocks away. Chu Ning ordered. The subordinates dispersed. Chu Ning dug with all his might, and a few cuts appeared on his hands, which were dripping with blood. However, he didn't seem to be affected as he stubbornly cleared the rocks away. Everyone had different expressions when they saw this scene. What's wrong with Lord Chu Ning? Although His Majesty asked us to find someone, isn't he a little too stubborn? Could it be that he really intends to dig up this pile of ruins? Sure. Don't you know that Chu Luiyue is also inside? Ah. I see. Then, isn't she also? What a pity. Lord Chu Ning has been through a lot all these years. Now that he finally made it, something like this happened. Chu Ning turned a deaf ear to everyone's discussion. Then, he realized that there were a few more people beside him. He looked up and saw a few familiar young faces. Hongyu? It was Mu Hongyu, Sun Hu, and Gu Mingfeng. Mu Hongyu's eyes were red, but she looked very determined. Uncle, we're here to help you. Chu Ning's heart warmed as he nodded. Help me here. The few of them immediately took action. Even Zuo Rong and the rest couldn't bear to see this scene. Lord Chu Ning, we know that you're very worried about Lu Yu, but none of us wanted this to happen. Screech. A crisp cry suddenly came from the ruins. Then, a few rocks that were piled up together were suddenly blown away by a ball of green flames. A green sparrow flew out quickly. Two figures appeared in front of everyone. Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 307. Prince Li. Everyone was shocked when they saw the two of them. Who else could it be but Chu Luiyue and Rong Xiu, who were previously trapped in Jiuyou Tower? Chu Ning immediately walked over with big strides. Are you okay? He asked nervously as he sized up Chu Luiyue. When he saw that Chu Luiyue's body was covered in blood and dust, his heart skipped a beat. You're injured? Chu Luiyue's lips were dry and white as he weakly shook his head. No, it's mainly because His Highness. Chu Ning then saw that Chu Luiyue was supporting Rong Xiu, and his situation seemed to be even worse. His face was as pale as a sheet, and he was barely breathing as if he would faint at any moment. There were many wounds on his body, and some were so deep that his bones could be seen. What happened to His Highness? 7. Emperor Xiaofan was surprised when he saw Rong Xiu come out, and he hurriedly walked over. But when he saw Rong Xiu covered in wounds, the joy on his face immediately disappeared, and it was replaced by deep shock and worry. 7. What happened to you? Zuo Rong? Elder son? Come and take a look. Zuo Rong was originally at the side, and he immediately went forward when he heard this. Sun Zhongyan, Elder Yi, and the rest, who were planning to enter the ruins, also rushed over when they heard the commotion. Ever since the Empress saw Chu Luiyue and Rong Xiu appear, she stood rooted to the ground and didn't recover her senses for a long time. The two of them actually didn't die. Jiuyou Tower caused such a huge commotion. First, it burned, and then it completely collapsed. Just how lucky were they to be able to come out alive? But when she saw that Emperor Xiaofan had already walked over, she clenched her teeth and could only follow. Zuo Rong helped Rong Xiu take his pulse. Emperor Xiaofan asked, "How are you? How is it?" Zuo Rong frowned and thought for a moment. "Don't worry too much, Your Majesty. Most of His Highness' injuries are just superficial wounds. As long as he recuperates well, he will recover very quickly." The rock in Emperor Xiaofan's heart was finally put down. That's good, that's good. Although he was injured, he was still alive. This was much better than what he had expected. Zuo Rong said hesitantly. But what? Emperor Xiaofan was dazed. But His Highness's body has always been weak. Previously, it was not easy to nurse him back to health. This time, I'm afraid he will have to recuperate again. Disappointment filled Emperor Jiawen's eyes. Rong Xiao had been ill since he was a child. Now that he finally got better, he didn't expect it. Forget it, let's talk about this later. The most important thing now is to heal old Seven's injuries. Rong Xiao forced a smile on his pale lips and said in a low voice, Imperial Father. Emperor Jiawen hurriedly said, Yes. You rest first. If you have anything to say it later. At this moment, Yi Zhiding and Sun Zhongyan had already walked over. Girl? How are you? The first person that Yi Zhiding saw was his precious disciple. Chu Luyue hurriedly said, Master, I'm fine. Master, I'm fine. You should take a look at His Highness Princely first. Even though she looked disheveled, Yi Zhiding saw that her voice was filled with energy, and he felt much more at ease. That's good. That's good. Even though he really wanted to take Chu Luyue's pulse, on second thought, his precious disciple might be better than him in this aspect. Thus, he decided to give up. She always knew what to do. Hence, he turned his gaze to Rong Xiao. He stepped forward and asked Zhuo Rong, how's his condition? How's he? Zhuo Rong gave a simple explanation. As Yi Zhiding listened, he took Rong Xiao's pulse again. Everyone present knew that Yi Zhiding was the most capable celestial physician here, so nobody felt that it was unnecessary for him to take Rong Xiao's pulse a second time. Instead, they felt much more at ease. After a moment of silence, Yi Zhiding nodded and took out a pill to feed Rong Xiao. Your Highness's body is fine. I'll help you stop the bleeding first, and I'll treat your wounds when we go back. In less than half a month, your external injuries will be healed. However, your internal injuries. Old Seven still has internal injuries? Emperor Jiawen couldn't help but interrupt. Yi Zhiding looked at him as if it was natural. Of course. The injuries on his body were obviously caused by the falling rubble. Jiuyou Tower's rocks are very heavy, so it's normal for them to cause internal injuries. However, it's fine. The pill that I gave you earlier can improve your blood circulation and heal your internal injuries. He might need a month to fully recover, but Your Majesty, you don't have to be overly worried. Emperor Jiawen was both happy and worried. He knew that this was the best outcome, so he could only nod. Thank you, Elder Yi. Yi Zhiding softly said a few more words to Zhuo Rong. Zhuo Rong wiped the sweat off his forehead in embarrassment. Thank you for your advice, Director. He was too anxious just now, and he wasn't very proficient in this area. Hence, he didn't realize that something had happened to Rong Xiao's internal injuries. Luckily, Emperor Jiawen's heart was on Rong Xiao, so he didn't pay attention to this point. Old Seven, you can't do this again in the future. Jiuyou Tower is so dangerous, how can you go there? Said Emperor Jiawen softly. It seemed like a reprimand, but everyone could hear the worry in his words. After today's incident, everyone in the imperial city would know how much His Majesty cared about Princely. Even the Crown Prince might not receive such treatment. Some people gathered together and whispered to each other. I've long heard that His Majesty favors Princely a lot. If not, he wouldn't have conferred him the title of Prince the moment he came back. It seems like it's true now. All these years, have you seen His Majesty care so much about any prince or princess? Even the arrogant and despotic fourth princess wasn't like this, right? Humph, the fourth princess has already become a good-for-nothing. How can she be compared? On the other hand, haven't you heard that the Crown Prince angered His Majesty a while ago, and he was put under house arrest in Crown Prince Mansion for a long time? He even took back some of his privileges. Is His Majesty biased? Shoo. Lower your voice. Can't you see that His Majesty and the Empress are still here? I don't think so. Think about it. Even if His Majesty really dotes on Princely the most, how can a sickly person take on such a big responsibility? That's true. However, if Prince Li's body is better, he might really become a formidable opponent for the crown prince. The empress could only hear bits and pieces of the soft discussions. However, this was enough to make her feel very aggrieved. She forcefully suppressed the tumultuous emotions in her heart and looked at Chu Luyue and Rongxiu. "Princely, I heard that you went in after Jiuyou Tower burned? It was so dangerous then, why did you go in?" Her voice was gentle, and there was a faint smile on her lips. However, her eyes were cold. "I heard that only Ms. Chu was inside at that time." "Your Highness, you didn't get injured because you wanted to save her, did you?" Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Chapter 308. The Empress gently said this sentence, but it was like a poisonous snake spitting out its tongue. It was filled with evil intentions. Once she confirmed that this was the case, it wasn't a good thing for Rongxiu and Chu Luyue. In that case, Rongxiu would become an infatuated man who would do anything for a woman in the eyes of the public, and Chu Luyue would be called a troublemaker. No matter how much Emperor Xiaofan favored Rongxiu, he couldn't hand his career to such a person. At least, the officials in the imperial court wouldn't agree. Needless to say, Chu Luyue. The royal family had always avoided such women like snakes and scorpions. As expected, the moment she said that, Emperor Xiaofan's expression froze. The situation was too tense just now, so he didn't have time to think about this. Now that the Empress mentioned it, he also felt that something was amiss. "Rongxiu, Luyu, is what the Empress said true?" He sized the two of them up suspiciously. Thinking back, the two of them did come out together. Did Rongxiu really go in for Chu Luyue? Perhaps it was because he had taken Yi Zhiding's pill, but Rongxiu's complexion looked better now. His pale lips moved slightly, and a faint smile appeared on his face. "Father, that's not the case. I went in for another reason. I just happened to meet Ms. Chu in the middle, so we came out together." The Empress sneered in her heart, but she didn't show it on her face. "Oh. So, it's just a coincidence? But why are your injuries so serious, Princely? On the other hand, Miss Chu doesn't seem to have any major injuries. People who don't know would think that you were injured because you wanted to save her." As she spoke, she glanced at Emperor Xiaofan and sighed. "Luckily, Princely is blessed by the heavens. If not, I don't know how sad your Majesty would be." "Don't you think so, Your Majesty?" Emperor Xiaofan's gaze swept past Chu Luyue with a hint of scrutiny. The Empress's words made sense. Anyone who saw the situation between the two would find it strange. Speaking of which, Princely and Miss Chu are really fated to meet. At the Crown Prince's birthday banquet, Princely seemed to take special care of Miss Chu. Emperor Xiaofan knitted his brows slightly. That was right. He also remembered this matter. Even though it was just a small matter, it was indeed a little strange now that he thought about it. The Empress lowered her voice and suddenly smiled. "Your Majesty, please don't take it to heart. I was just speaking casually." Princely had not been in the capital for many years, so he should not have been familiar with Miss Chu before. These were just groundless guesses. Moreover, if Princely really liked Miss Chu, it would make a good story. But Emperor Xiaofan didn't look happy at all. Rongxiu smiled gently. "Imperial Father, I actually have to thank Miss Chu for today. If she hadn't saved me in time, I'm afraid I would have died in Jiuyou Tower." Everyone was stunned. Emperor Xiaofan couldn't help but ask. "You said that Luyu saved you?" "Exactly." At that time, cough cough, Rongxiu clenched his fists and coughed a few times on his lips. "When Jiuyou Tower started to collapse, I was coincidentally trapped on the 6th floor. The injuries on my body were caused at that time. Back then, the 6th floor was sealed by the collapsed rocks. I tried my best to get out, but I couldn't. Coincidentally, I met Miss Chu at that time. She helped me and brought me out without caring about the danger. Only then could I see the light of day again. If not. Rong Xiu didn't continue speaking, but his meaning was clear. Emperor Jiaowen's expression became much gentler. So, you weren't injured because of her. Instead, she saved you? Rong Xiu lightly nodded. Imperial father is wise. Emperor Jiaowen then heaved a sigh of relief. The way he looked at Chu Luyue was also very different from before. I see. Lu Yu, it seems like I still have to thank you this time. Rong Xiu hasn't been by my side for so many years. Now that he's finally recovered, he's finally back in the imperial city. If something really happens, how am I going to explain it to Wan Er? His voice suddenly paused, and pain flashed across his face. The Empress looked down and hid the jealousy in her eyes. Then, she seemingly smiled and said, "Oh, I see. So that's how it is. This consort really made a mistake. I didn't expect Miss Chu to be able to save Prince Li from such a dangerous place despite her slender body. She's really amazing." Chu Luyue raised her brows slightly. It seems like the Empress isn't willing to give up. Rong Xiu has already said so much, yet she still wants to drag me down. It's a pity that such small tricks don't work on me. Rong Xiu lightly smiled. Miss Chu took first place in both the warrior and Xian master categories in the Qing Jiao competition. I've been sick for a long time, so I naturally can't be compared to her in this aspect. The Empress was stumped. I actually forgot about this. Although Chu Luyue looks slender, she's very capable. Chu Luyue bent her knees and bowed humbly. You flatter me, Your Majesty. Although Lu Yu's insignificant skills don't catch your eye, it's my honor to be able to help Prince Li. The Empress was speechless. If Chu Luyue's skills are considered insignificant skills, then what are the people who lost to her in the Qing Jiao competition? What? Girl, you actually took first place in the Qing Jiao competition? Yi Zhiding suddenly spoke with a shocked expression. After he came out of seclusion, he had been busy dealing with Jiuyou Tower and didn't have time to find out about other things. Sun Zhongyan chuckled. Uncle Master, I almost forgot to tell you about this. Lu Yu indeed took first place twice. Yi Zhiding widened his eyes and only reacted after a while. Then, what about the celestial physician? Chu Luyue said honestly, Master, I didn't tell you anything. I didn't sign up for the Xian Master competition. Huh? Yi Zhiding was instantly disappointed. Although he knew that Chu Luyue might not be interested in the Celestial Physician competition at the Qing Jiao competition given her standards, she was still his old man's disciple. She took first place twice, but it had nothing to do with the Celestial Physician. It would be a lie to say that he wasn't disappointed. Sun Zhongyan held back his laughter and said, Uncle Master, Uncle Master. Although Lu Yu didn't sign up for the competition, the pill that won first place was refined by Lu Yu. Yi Zhiding was confused. Sun Zhongyan briefly explained the situation. So, from a certain perspective, Lu Yu can be considered to have taken first place in all three competitions. Sun Zhongyan sighed and looked at the Empress meaningfully. Also, Vice Admiral Mu of the Tianling dynasty has already chosen Lu Yu and thinks highly of her. The Empress's body swayed. She didn't like the person that Mu Qinghe liked. Wasn't she just making things difficult for herself? I'm not. The Empress was extremely nervous. She wanted to explain, but she realized that it would only be disadvantageous to her if she continued to harp on this issue. She suddenly thought of something and asked, Oh, that's right. There seems to be a restriction on every level of Jiuyou Tower. Prince Li's body is weak, so how did he reach the 6th level? Chapter 309. Once she said that, the surroundings fell silent. Even Sun Zhongyan and the rest couldn't help but look at Rong Xiu. Actually, this was what they were most curious about. Back then, even Wei Yun was stopped outside, but Rongxiu successfully barged in and went all the way to the 6th floor. One had to know that even Sun Zhongyan and the rest had only reached the 5th floor at most. The Empress stared closely at Rongxiu, and many guesses flashed across her mind. Ever since Rongxiu came back, he had been living in seclusion. Other than recuperating, he rarely interfered with other matters. He seemed to have no desires and was gentle and calm. However, she felt that something was amiss. She couldn't pinpoint exactly what the problem was, but she had a feeling that Rongxiu wasn't as simple and harmless as he looked on the surface. If he was really a sickly and weak person, how did he enter Joyo Tower and go up to the 6th floor? Countless gazes landed on Rongxiu, and they were scrutinizing him. Rongxiu looked calm as he smiled. However, that smile didn't extend to the corners of his eyes. The reason why I can go up to the 6th floor is that my mother went up before. Emperor Xiaofan was stunned. What did you say? Rongxiu took out something from his arms. It was a palm-sized ring-shaped jade pendant. It was entirely green in color and looked like a leaf that sprouted at the beginning of spring. It was clear and clean. There was a pattern engraved on the jade pendant. Chu Luyue glanced at it from the corner of his eyes and realized that it seemed to be a peach blossom pattern. This was clearly a jade pendant carved from high-quality jade, but other than that, there didn't seem to be anything special about it. However, Emperor Xiaofan's expression changed when he saw the jade pendant. He hurriedly walked forward as if he wanted to take a closer look at the jade pendant, but his hands suddenly stopped halfway. Chu Luyue had never seen such an expression on Emperor Xiaofan's face. Complicated, tangled, longing, regret. She glanced at the Empress, who was standing behind Emperor Xiaofan, and her face turned ghastly pale as if she had seen something terrifying. With a thought, she roughly guessed the origin of the jade pendant. Where did you get this jade pendant? Asked Emperor Xiaofan with a trembling voice. The 6th floor. Rongxiu said calmly. When I saw that Joyo Tower was on fire, I remembered that the item was still on the 6th level. I was worried, so I went up despite being stopped. Although I was injured, fortunately, I got it back in one piece. This was the first gift she personally gave me back then. After she left the palace, she took it with her. I have been looking for this thing for many years, but I didn't expect. Emperor Xiaofan's heart seemed to be blocked by something, and he didn't say anything for a long time. Chu Luyue understood. It turns out that it's Emperor Xiaofan and Consort Wan's love token. No wonder Emperor Xiaofan had such a strong reaction. Looking at him, he does have deep feelings for Consort Wan. Rumor has it that Consort Wan was the most favored in the harem back then, but for some reason, she fell out with Emperor Xiaofan and left the palace in a fit of anger to become a teacher at Tianlu Academy. She didn't return to the palace until she died. I wonder what happened back then that made Consort Wan take back all the love tokens that she gave out. It seems like she didn't leave any hope for Emperor Xiaofan. Now, it seems like Emperor Xiaofan values Rongxiu so much because of Consort Wan. Upon seeing Emperor Xiaofan's emotional state, Rongxiu still had a gentle smile on his face. But to Chu Luyue, this smile was clearly distant. It was obvious that Rongxiu didn't care about Emperor Xiaofan's series of reactions. Before Mother left back then, she told me that she had placed this item on the 6th floor of Joyo Tower. She also reminded me not to tell you unless I had no choice. So, please forgive me, Father. Emperor Xiaofan was dazed. As expected, she still hates me. You're doing this for her own good, so it's only right that you don't tell me. Since this item is already with you, you can keep it safe from now on. Then, Emperor Xiaofan sighed as if he had aged a lot in an instant. We are tired. We will return to the palace first. After he finished speaking, he turned around and left without waiting for the others to say anything. The Empress was stunned and at a loss. Gone? His Majesty left just like that. Wasn't he asking Rongxiu how he got to the 6th floor? Rong Xiu only mentioned the jade pendant, and he actually stopped asking. The Empress turned around and glanced at Emperor Xiaofan, who had already left. Her rationality told her that she should immediately follow him. However, too many things had happened today, and she could no longer control the impulse in her heart. Therefore, she persisted in asking, "Prince Li, this jade pendant is Consort Wan's relic. You risked your life to retrieve it, which is a sign of filial piety and worthy of praise. But you still haven't explained clearly how you got to the 6th floor." Suddenly, a sneer came from the side. The Empress turned around and realized that it was Yi Zhiting. He waved the fan in his hands and slowly said, "Princess Consort Wan, don't you think so? Don't you know that the jade pendant is a yuan instrument?" The Empress was dazed. What? That item is on the 6th floor. Rong Xiu has Consort Wan's bloodline, so he can naturally go up successfully. Yi Zhiting was originally filled with doubts. However, when he saw the jade pendant, he immediately understood everything. Now that he saw the Empress's overbearing manner, he couldn't help but feel annoyed. He lazily said, "It seems like the Empress doesn't know about this." "That's right. This is between His Majesty and Consort Wan. It's normal for the Empress not to know." The Empress was so angry that her face turned pale, but she didn't dare to talk back to Yi Zhiting in public. Even though she was the Empress, even Emperor Xiaofan had to give Yi Zhiting some face, let alone her. There were so many pairs of eyes looking at her, which made her even more embarrassed. "It seems like I can't do anything to Rong Xiu and Chu Luyue today. I have to find another time." Thinking of this, the Empress forced a smile. "Thank you for clearing my doubts, Elder Yi. His Majesty has already left, so I won't stay any longer." Then, she hurriedly turned around and chased after Emperor Xiaofan. "Father, please wait." Rong Xiu suddenly spoke, and his voice was as cold as jade clashing against each other. Emperor Xiaofan, who had already walked a distance away, turned around in confusion. "What's wrong?" Rong Xiu stepped forward. "Your son has a request." He stood there, tall and straight. His body was clearly stained with messy bloodstains, but his eyes were calm and noble, making one unconsciously respect him. Emperor Xiaofan asked, "What's wrong? What's the matter?" Rong Xiu's thin lips curved up into a perfect smile. "This time, I entered Jiuyo Tower to save Ms. Chu. It's fake, but it's true that I adore Ms. Chu." Chu Liyue's heart skipped a beat. Then, he saw the man, who was always elegant and graceful, stretch out his long arm, lift his robe, and kneel down. "I don't have any other wishes in this life. I only want to hold one person's hand and grow old with her, just like what Mother said. Father, please grant me this marriage." Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from IUN. Chapter 310. Chu Luyue had never seen this man kneel before. In the eyes of outsiders, he was the weak Prince Li, gentle, humble, and aloof from worldly affairs. However, she knew that his strength was tyrannical and he was decisive in killing. He was a supreme and honorable expert. A man like him would never lower his head to anyone. But now, he knelt down so decisively for her. All for the sake of a legitimate marriage contract. Chu Luyue felt something overflowing from her heart, which made her limbs numb and dazzled. Everything around her became blurry, and only that person's figure became clearer. He was dressed in white, and his body was covered in blood. Those terrifying wounds were a ghastly sight to behold. However, his shoulders were straight, and it was as if he could always shelter her from the wind and rain. He left so many wounds on his body without hesitation, but he couldn't bear to stain her body with even a little bit of blood. He said, "It's true that I admire her." He said, "Hold her hand, and we'll grow old together." He said. Chu Liyue's eyes reddened, and something sturdy in her heart seemed to shatter. She suddenly thought that if she didn't experience the heart-wrenching betrayal in her previous life and if she didn't get reborn, she might not have met Rongxiu in her entire life. If Rongxiu was heaven's compensation for her, then she was finally willing to accept all the pain that she had gone through in the past. Some scars would never fade, and once one saw them, they would remember everything that they had gone through. However, there was finally someone who could give her more joy and fill up all the regrets, giving her a peaceful and happy future. This was probably her greatest luck. Rongxiu's words shocked everyone present. Emperor Xiaofan almost suspected that he had heard wrongly. What did you say? Why you want me to bestow marriage between you and Lu Yu? Rongxiu lightly nodded, and his expression was calm and determined. This clearly wasn't a spur-of-the-moment decision. Emperor Xiaofan opened his mouth and scanned the two of them with a complicated gaze. Rongxiu was actually interested in Chu Luyue. Even though he was surprised, it was still within his expectations. In terms of appearance, Chu Luyue was absolutely devastatingly beautiful. In terms of strength, Chu Luyue had just taken first place twice in the Qing Jiao competition. He was undoubtedly a top genius. In terms of family background, although Chu Luyue and his daughter had completely fallen out with the Chu family, Chu Luyue was now the commander-in-chief of the Imperial Guards, and Chu Luyue was Yi Zhiding's only disciple. No matter how one looked at it, Chu Luyue was definitely worthy of Rongxiu. Moreover, this time it was Rongxiu who took the initiative to speak. For so many years, Rongxiu had never asked for anything, except this time. And it was to ask for a marriage contract. Emperor Xiaofan suddenly recalled that Rongxiu had used all sorts of reasons to reject him when he asked him to choose a princess consort. At that time, he didn't think about it, but now that he thought about it, perhaps he already had this idea at that time. How could he have failed to see that? But after the shock, Emperor Xiaofan's thoughts changed, and he suddenly felt that this was not bad. Rongxiu should have gotten married. Chu Luyue was so outstanding and could risk her life to save him. She was indeed the best candidate. His expression changed slightly. Rongxiu's sudden marriage proposal caught everyone off guard. Many ladies in the crowd looked disappointed and regretful. I didn't expect Prince Li to like Chu Luyue. There's nothing strange about this. After all, Chu Luyue is outstanding in all aspects. In the past, many people avoided her because she offended the Chu family and the crown prince. However, the situation changed after the Qing Jiao competition. I heard that a few young masters from aristocratic families wanted to propose to her. However, since Prince Li has personally spoken, the others definitely don't have a chance. Actually, other than being outstanding, Prince Li isn't good in other aspects. Strength is everything. There's nothing special about a sickly person like him. Anyway, His Majesty loves Prince Li. So what if he's sickly? I think some people are just sour grapes because they can't eat them. Don't spout nonsense. Situ Xingqian, who was standing in a secluded corner, felt her limbs turn cold as she dazedly watched the scene from afar. All sorts of discussions entered her ears, and they were like daggers stabbing into her heart. She was clearly not injured, but she felt pain all over for some reason. Previously, when she saw that Rongxiu was severely injured, she was still worried and wanted to go forward to comfort him. But now, her legs felt like they were filled with lead, and they were extremely heavy. She clearly heard what Rongxiu said previously. He actually said that he admires Chu Luyue. He even took the initiative to ask for her hand in marriage. I've known Rongxiu for so many years, but I've never heard him say the word beg. Now, he's actually willing to do this for Chu Luyue. What's so good about that cunning and sinister Chu Luyue? Situ Xingqian clenched her fists and harshly shut her eyes. Chu Ning quietly walked to Chu Luyue's side and threw her a questioning gaze. What's going on with Prince Li? Why did he suddenly ask His Majesty to grant him a marriage? He said that he admires you, is it true? Does you, like Prince Li? Chu Ning's gaze swept across the two of them and felt that his question was a waste of time. If the two of them really had no feelings for each other, why would they come out of Joyo Tower together? I actually didn't notice it at all. Emperor Jiawen looked at Rongxiu, and many thoughts flashed across his mind. In the end, he was only left with Rongxiu's last sentence. He enunciated every word clearly. Have you decided on her? Rongxiu nodded. Father, please grant my wish. Emperor Jiawen then looked at Chu Luyue. Luyu, what about you? Chu Luyue took a deep breath in. It's Lu Yu's fortune. Emperor Jiawen kept quiet for a while and finally smiled. Ha ha ha. Okay. Since that's the case, then, at this point, a voice suddenly sounded from afar. Wait. I don't agree to this marriage. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from IUN. Chapter 311. The crowd turned around and realized that it was the Crown Prince, Rong Jin. Ever since he was publicly humiliated by Mu Qinghe at the palace banquet, Rong Jin had been staying in Crown Prince Mansion. He originally planned to come out after the commotion died down. Hence, he didn't do anything even when he heard about Joyo Tower's changes. However, he heard that his father and mother were here, so he hurried over. He didn't expect to hear Rongxiu begging his father for a marriage once he arrived. Furthermore, the marriage was bestowed upon him and Chu Luyue. Rong Jin couldn't care about anything else as he stopped him without thinking. Rong Jin hastened his footsteps and rushed to Emperor Jiawen under the crowd's gazes. He swallowed his saliva and spoke with much difficulty. Father. You can't agree to the marriage. Emperor Jiawen knitted his brows. Crown Prince, you're too rude. Who does he think he is? Why did he suddenly appear at this time and speak with such a tone? Rong Jin was shocked and then realized that what he was doing wasn't very appropriate. However, the situation was urgent, and he had no other choice. Seeing Rong Jin like this, the Empress's heart skipped a beat when she thought of his stupid words about remarrying Chu Luyue as the Crown Princess. Is Rong Jin crazy for appearing at this time? Crown Prince, this has nothing to do with you. You can leave now, said the Empress calmly with a hint of warning in her tone. However, Rong Jin couldn't listen to anything at this point. He finally realized that he liked Chu Luyue. How could he let it go? It was impossible for him to give her to someone else. Thinking of this, he clenched his teeth and directly knelt down. Father, the bestowment of marriage is of great importance. Please reconsider. Emperor Jiawen knitted his brows even tighter. Marriage is a good thing, but why does it sound like a bad thing when Rong Jin says it? You don't agree? Rong Jin, even though you're the Crown Prince, it's not up to you to say anything when I want to grant a marriage. Emperor Jiawen was still unhappy with Rong Jin because of what happened at the palace banquet. In addition to the series of events that happened today, Emperor Jiawen had long lost his patience. Hence, he didn't give Rong Jin any face. The Empress sensed that he was on the verge of exploding in anger, so she hurriedly went forward and wanted to help Rong Jin up. Didn't you hear what your father said? Hurry up and get up. Prince Li and Miss Chu are in love with each other and are a perfect couple. If you continue to speak nonsense, don't blame Imperial Mother for punishing you. The Empress pinched Rong Jin's arm hard and shot him a threatening look from an angle that the crowd couldn't see. Rong Jin's impression of Emperor Jiawen had already deteriorated quite a bit. If this continued, his position as the Crown Prince would really be in danger. Rong Jin was in pain, but he was even more conflicted. How could he not know what the consequences of his actions would be, but he couldn't help but look at Chu Luyue. The woman was slender and elegant. Even though her body was stained with blood, it didn't detract from her elegance. In the past, this woman clearly belonged to him. Even though he cancelled the marriage agreement because of his momentary foolishness, he definitely couldn't accept watching Chu Luyue get married to someone else. Especially when this person was Rong Xiu. He grabbed the Empress's hand and firmly pried it open. The Empress's heart sank, and she heard Rong Jin say word by word. "Father, I'm serious. This is because I'm also interested in Lu Yu." Gasps could be heard from the crowd. Did I hear wrongly? The Crown Prince actually said that he's interested in Chu Luyue? I really don't understand. He had a marriage agreement with Chu Luyue in the past, and he was the one who wanted to cancel it. How long has it been, yet he's regretting it now? Hee, isn't it normal to regret it? The current Chu Luyue is outstanding in every aspect. If I missed out on such a fiancé, I'd also regret it. Even so, it's not good for the Crown Prince to go back on his words. Besides, it's clearly Prince Li who proposed the marriage first. Now that the Crown Prince is interfering, it's a little too much. I don't know what His Majesty is thinking. The Crown Prince and Prince Li are fighting over a woman in public. It's really... Chu Xianmin, who had rushed over with Rong Jin, coldly watched this scene. Her lips under the veil couldn't help but curl up into a mocking smile. She originally thought that her heart would ache, but when she saw Rong Jin say those words in public, she shockingly realized that she only wanted to laugh. He has always been like this, hasn't he? In the past, Chu Luyue was a good-for-nothing who was bullied and miserable. Rong Jin felt that this fiancée of his had embarrassed him and didn't want to stay with her for a while. Now that Chu Xianmin's looks were ruined and her reputation was tarnished, he didn't care about her at all. He was always chasing after better things as if all the good things in the world should be his. What a joke. I accompanied and served him day and night, but I didn't get any affection from him. Instead, I have to stand here and watch him go crazy for another woman. Chu Xianmin looked down and hid the ripples in her eyes. Emperor Xiaofan was shocked. What did you say? Rong Jin took a deep breath in and said, in the past, I was insensible and didn't cherish Lu Yu. Now that I've come to my senses, I only hope that father can restore our marriage agreement. I'll definitely treat her well. Father, please grant me my wish. Emperor Xiaofan almost thought that there was something wrong with Rong Jin's brain. He's the one who wants to cancel the marriage agreement, and he's the one who wants to restore it. Does he think that this is a joke? Rong Jin. Do you know what you're saying? Hollered Emperor Xiaofan. Rong Jin's heart trembled as he knew that Emperor Xiaofan was really angry. He clearly knew that his actions hurt Emperor Xiaofan's reputation. But things had already reached this stage, and he couldn't back down. He had already knelt down and said what he wanted to say. Wouldn't it be even more laughable if he gave up just like that? Besides, he really didn't want to give up on Chu Luyue. He straightened his back, looked at Emperor Xiaofan, and said, I've already made up my mind. So what if you've already made up your mind? You can't be so presumptuous in this matter. Rong Jin choked for a moment. I'm the Crown Prince, and Lu Yu is the best candidate for the Crown Princess. Emperor Xiaofan was really furious, and his chest heaved up and down violently. If they weren't in front of so many people, he would have harshly kicked Rong Jin. In the past, he thought that Rong Jin was good in every aspect and was the best candidate for the Crown Prince. However, he didn't know when Rong Jin started to become narrow-minded and calculative. He even used despicable means to achieve his goals. He forgave Rong Jin again and again as he always thought that Rong Jin would change. However, it seemed like he was very wrong now. Rong Jin's personality wouldn't change at all. Rong Xiu had asked for Chu Luyue's hand in marriage in public because of his love and gratitude for her. What about Rong Jin? By doing this, he's openly snatching a woman from his brother. Yet, this woman was the one he cancelled his marriage agreement with. He had completely disgraced the royal family. Emperor Xiaofan pointed at Rong Jin's face and sneered. It seems like you're really tired of being the crown prince. Today, I'm going to remove you as the crown prince. Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from IUN. Chapter 312. Your Majesty. When the Empress heard the words "remove the crown prince," her limbs turned cold, and she instinctively exclaimed, "Your Majesty, please calm down. The crown prince was just being impulsive." "You mustn't, being impulsive? I think he's clearly relying on his status as the crown prince to think that everything has to be listened to." Emperor Xiaofan was furious. He doesn't deserve to be the crown prince. He had long known that Rongjin desired the throne. In the past, he secretly tried to kill third prince. Now, he wants to snatch the princess consort from seventh prince. It's not even his turn to sit on the throne, yet he's already so arrogant. Once he takes power in the future, I don't know what he'll become. The Empress's legs turned to jelly, and she almost collapsed on the floor. Emperor Xiaofan's sentence was equivalent to sentencing Rongjin to death. Once he was really removed, he would never be able to make a comeback. "Your Majesty. It's all my fault. I didn't teach the crown prince well. Please let him off this time." The Empress knelt down and begged. Rongjin was also dazed. "Father? I just want to marry Chu Luyue as my princess consort. I didn't do anything outrageous, so why is father so angry? He even wants to remove my crown prince position." Pack! An extremely loud slap suddenly rang out. The Empress harshly slapped Rongjin and hollered, "Hurry up and apologize to your imperial father." Rongjin's face was slapped to the side, and his cheeks quickly swelled up. Blood even seeped out of the corner of his lips. It was obvious how hard the Empress slapped him. "Why are you in a daze?" The Empress was very anxious. Her face was green and white, and tears even flowed out of her eyes. At this point, she really wanted to go forward and slap Rongjin awake. Does he know what's going on? His Majesty has already spoken. If we don't stop this as soon as possible, the crown prince will definitely be removed. By then, it will be impossible to salvage the situation. Rongjin has always been smart, but why did he become so stupid today? No, I should say that ever since he interacted with Chu Luyue, he gradually became like this. All of this was caused by Chu Luyue. If it weren't for her, Rongjin was dizzy from the beating, but he finally woke up from the Empress's scolding. He knelt and took 2 steps forward. "Imperial father, please calm down. I know I was wrong." Emperor Xiaofan sneered. "Do you know your mistake now? Weren't you acting like a crown prince just now?" Actually, even though he was angry that Rongjin sent someone to assassinate Rongxiu, he didn't really want to cripple Rongxiu. The members of the royal family were heartless to begin with. Especially the emperor. If Rongjin was ruthless enough, it wouldn't be all bad. However, today's matter made him extremely disappointed. Rongjin actually did such a thing in public for a woman. Such a person would not be able to take on such a huge responsibility. Rongjin was flustered, and he then realized that things were developing in an uncontrollable direction. "Father, I didn't." But Emperor Xiaofan couldn't be bothered to listen to his explanation. "Men. Pass down the decree, Your Majesty, please wait." The Empress suddenly thought of something and her eyes lit up. She hurriedly said, "Your Majesty, did you forget country Xing Luo's previous invitation? Previously, you already agreed to send Rongjin over, and there are less than 20 days left. If you cripple Rongjin's position as the crown prince now, how are you going to deal with this matter?" Emperor Xiaofan paused and knitted his brows tightly. He had almost forgotten about this matter. Actually, this invitation wasn't the most important thing. The key was that country Xing Luo wanted Rongjin and Situ Xingqian to have a marriage alliance. If Rongjin was crippled now, then, there would indeed be a lot of trouble. He still couldn't be sure if the other party valued Rongjin's position as the crown prince or himself. Emperor Xiaofan was stuck in a dilemma and fell silent. When Situ Xingqian, who wasn't far away, heard this, she was dazed. What does this mean? When did father and Emperor Xiaofan agree on this? Why don't I know? Besides, I don't even know that Rongjin is going. Country Xing Luo and country Yao Chen have always minded their own business. Why are they suddenly so close to each other? As the eldest princess, I don't know anything about this. Just as Situ Xingqian was filled with doubts, her heart suddenly lit up. Wait. Could it be because of what Elder Lian Ning said before? Father wants me to have a marriage alliance with Rongjin? I don't even know why father has such a thought, and he seems very insistent on it. Situ Xingqian's face turned ugly. I don't like Rongjin at all. If this can make father give up on the idea of a marriage alliance, I really want it to happen. However, Emperor Xiaofan seemed very hesitant. The Empress saw that the situation seemed to have taken a turn for the better, so she immediately pushed it further. Your Majesty, Rongjin made a huge mistake today, and you can punish him however you want. However, the crown prince's matter concerns the entire country. You must think twice. Emperor Xiaofan's expression softened. It wasn't because he still had hope for Rongjin, but he really did have to consider country Xing Luo. The Empress hurriedly signaled to the few officials who rushed over with her eyes. Those few people were originally from the crown prince's faction, so they naturally tried their best to fight for Rongjin. Your Majesty. What the Empress said made sense. The crown prince was foolish for a moment, but he doesn't deserve to die. Please be magnanimous and give him a chance. The crown prince has been very outstanding all these years, and he has worked hard day and night just to share some of your burden. Even if he didn't make any contributions, he still worked hard. Your Majesty, if you really remove the crown prince's position because of this, what will Prince Li and Ms. Chu do in the future? Chu Luiyue raised her brows slightly. She didn't like hearing this. What does Rongjin's own death have to do with me and Rongxiu? I haven't even said that I'm disgusted by Rongjin's actions today. Rongxiu's expression was as calm as usual. He smiled lightly and said, "The Empress is right. Sirs, your words are not without reason. Father, I just want to ask you for a marriage. I don't want things to escalate to this stage. If you really don't forgive brother today, then, it's my fault." Emperor Xiaofan sighed deeply. Rongxiu, you've always been sensible. If it weren't for my poor health, the crown prince position would have been mine long ago. Where would Rongjin be? What a pity. Emperor Xiaofan's regretful expression stabbed the Empress and Rongjin's hearts again. But at this point, they didn't dare to show any unhappiness no matter what. After a stalemate, Emperor Xiaofan finally looked at Chu Luiyue. Lu Yu, what do you think? Chu Luiyue bent his knees and bowed. Your Majesty is wise. Ever since the crown prince broke off the engagement with me, we haven't interacted with each other. So, I don't know why he suddenly acted this way today. On the other hand, Prince Li has helped me time and time again. Lu Yu is very grateful. So, Lu Yu is willing to take care of Prince Li for the rest of his life and never betray him. Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from AI Network. Chapter 313. She enunciated every word and sentence clearly. Emperor Xiaofan looked at Chu Luiyue with a deep gaze. After a while, he finally spoke. Chu Luiyue, daughter of the Imperial Guard's commander, Chu Ning, is gentle, elegant, and dignified. I like you very much. Today, it's time for my seventh son, Prince Li, to get married. For the beauty of Prince Li, I specially betroth Lu Yu to Prince Li as his princess consort. The wedding will be held on a date. Emperor Xiaofan's low and powerful voice clearly echoed in the crowd's ears. Everyone was silent for a moment. Before this, nobody expected Prince Li to marry Chu Luiyue. These two people who didn't seem to have much interaction actually became a couple. Now that the imperial edict had been issued, everything was set in stone. Rong Xiu's thin lips curved up slightly. "Thank you for your grace, father." This voice finally made the crowd recover their senses. Everyone thanked him and congratulated Chu Ning one after another. No matter what, Chu Luiyue would be a princess consort from now on, and her status would naturally be very different from before. Even though Prince Li's health wasn't good and he didn't have much power, His Majesty seemed to favor Prince Li a lot from today's situation. With this, Prince Li's days wouldn't be too bad. As for Chu Luiyue, she had previously broken off her engagement with the Crown Prince. Even though she had become a genius that everyone envied, this matter was still rather sensitive. Now that she was betrothed to Prince Li, and Prince Li personally asked for it, it couldn't be better. All in all, this engagement had more advantages than disadvantages to them. Amidst the joyous atmosphere, only Rong Jin's expression didn't look too good. He looked at Chu Luiyue in a daze, but he saw that Chu Luiyue had already stood up, walked to Rong Xiu's side, and helped him up. Rong Xiu coughed a few times, and his face turned even paler. Rong Jin clenched his teeth. If it were anyone else who got Chu Luiyue, he could accept it. But why did it have to be Rong Xiu? In the past, his mother could not compete with Rong Xiu's mother. Now, he could not compete with Rong Xiu. He had long known that his father treated Rong Xiu differently, but now it seemed that it was even more serious than he had imagined. Whatever Rong Xiu wanted, as long as he opened his mouth, Imperial Father would give it to him. As for him, he had been trembling with fear and working diligently for so many years in the position of Crown Prince. In the end, he had not obtained any benefits at all. Instead, he had been publicly humiliated by his Imperial Father and had almost been deposed. How could he feel at ease? After protecting Rong Jin's Crown Prince position, the Empress finally heaved a sigh of relief. When she heard that Emperor Xiaofan had betrothed Rong Xiu and Chu Luiyue, she felt even more fortunate. If that's the case, Chu Luiyue can't bewitch Rong Jin anymore. From then on, Rong Jin should completely give up and stop wasting time and energy on Chu Luiyue. She glanced from the corner of her eye and discovered that Rong Jin was looking at Chu Luiyue and Rong Xiu despondently. She closed her eyes in frustration and tried her best to make her voice sound gentle and calm. "Your Majesty, look at the Crown Prince. Crown Prince Rong Jin is impulsive, unreasonable, and impudent. From today onwards, he will reflect on his mistakes in Crown Prince Mansion. Without my orders, he's not allowed to come out. Nobody else is allowed to enter and visit him." This was equivalent to house arrest. Even though he was also under house arrest as a punishment previously, most people did not know about it. But this time, in front of so many people, Rong Jin had completely lost his face. However, the Empress was already very satisfied with this outcome. As long as Rong Jin was not deposed, everything could be restarted. "Crown Prince, hurry up and thank him." The Empress glared at Rong Jin warningly. Rong Jin then recovered his senses. "Thank you for your forgiveness, father." Emperor Xiaofan felt annoyed just by looking at him. He grunted coldly and turned to leave. The Empress and the rest hurriedly followed. Eunuch Min first congratulated Rong Xiu, Chu Luiyue, and the rest before walking to Rong Jin's side and persuading him. "Your Highness, His Majesty and Her Majesty have already left. You must be tired today. Quickly go back and rest." Then, he signaled the people beside him with his eyes and quickly walked away. After walking a distance, Eunuch Min turned back to take a look. He waved his horsetail whisk and shook his head. Even if this Crown Prince keeps his position today, he won't be able to have a stable life in the future. Crown Prince Mansion's people hurriedly went forward and wanted to help Rong Jin up. Rong Jin then realized that there were countless pairs of eyes staring at him from the surroundings. Mockery, mockery, and disdain. A strong sense of humiliation surged in his heart, and his face turned green. Chu Xianmin walked over. "Your Highness, let's go back," Rong Jin pushed her away. "Get lost." Then, he hurriedly left with indignation. Chu Xianmin was pushed to the side, but she didn't say anything and just followed him silently. Their figures quickly disappeared from the crowd's sight. Quite a few people secretly sighed. I really didn't expect the crown prince, who was once so favored by the emperor, to have such a day. That's right. Even if he's still the crown prince, it's hard to say what will happen in the future after what happened today. In comparison, the third prince is more outstanding. At least, he has outstanding military achievements. He's not like the crown prince, who goes back on his words and goes back on his words. I think it's quite a pity for Chu Xianmin. The third missy of the Chu family used to be so glorious, but now she has fallen to such a state. It seems like the crown prince doesn't treat her well either. Everyone has their own fate. I heard that she bullied Chu Luyue quite a bit back then. Now, it's karma. Chu Luyue looked at Rongxiu. Her gaze slowly swept across the wounds on his body, but she still felt terrible in her heart. Rongxiu seemed to know what she was thinking. His pale lips curled up slightly, and he nodded lightly. As long as the result was achieved, everything was worth it. Chu Luyue's heart ached, but her entire being was immersed in an indescribable sense of relief and happiness. It turned out that there was someone in this world who was willing to do anything for her. Chu Ning watched from the side and narrowed his eyes with a complicated expression. It turns out that Prince Li has long liked you, In the past, he could not understand why Prince Li repeatedly helped him and his daughter. Now, it seemed like he finally had an answer. Thinking about it carefully, Prince Li was not a bad choice, but it was a pity that his body was a little weak. However, compared to people like Rong Jin, he was much better. He walked toward Rongxiu. "Your Highness," Rongxiu smiled warmly. "Lord Chu Ning, I'm already engaged to you, You don't have to be so polite." Chu Ning hesitated for a moment and finally said, "There are a few things that I want to say in private. You're not allowed to bully Lu Yu." Before Chu Ning could finish speaking, Yi Zhiding had already spoken. He had a rare look of seriousness on his face as he looked at Rongxiu warningly. "She's my only personal disciple. If you dare to let her down, don't blame me for being rude to you." Chu Ning was speechless. "Damn, someone else has already snatched my lines." Rongxiu's smile deepened. "Of course. Don't worry, Elder Yi and Lord Chu Ning." Yi Zhiding wanted to say something, but Elder Wei Yun suddenly exclaimed. "Director! Oh no! That ferocious beast is gone." Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 314. Yi Zhiding was shocked. "What's going on?" Elder Wei Yun rushed over with an anxious expression. "We checked the area under Jiuyo Tower just now, but we didn't find any aura of that ferocious beast. At first, we thought that it was because Jiuyo Tower had collapsed, so it was temporarily quiet. But after waiting for a while, there was still no movement. Only then did we realize that the ferocious beast was no longer in the pit of heavenly origins." Chu Liyue's eyes flashed. Yi Zhiding hurriedly walked toward the ruins. How is this possible? If it had escaped, the silver pestle would have reacted. Although the locking heaven formation was broken, the silver pestle was still very useful. It could detect anything that happened in Jiuyo Tower. However, he didn't notice anything unusual just now. Elder Wei Yun was also very nervous as he wiped the sweat off his forehead. We've been investigating this for a long time, but we didn't find anything." Yi Zhiding had already walked to the side of the collapsed Jiuyo Tower. He closed his eyes, and his origin power surged out. In an instant, it covered him. After a while, he opened his eyes and frowned. "That bastard is really gone?" Sun Zhongyan asked blankly. "Martial uncle, you said that the ferocious beast is no longer around. What do you mean? Did the ferocious beast run away or was it dead?" Yi Zhiding was silent for a while before turning to look at Chu Luyue and Rongxiu. "When the two of you were in Jiuyou Tower, did you discover anything unusual?" Chu Luyue's eyebrows twitched. Rongxiu was the first to speak. "Not at all. At that time, both of us were on the 6th level when Jiuyou Tower suddenly collapsed. It wasn't easy for us to get out." Chu Luyue glanced at him calmly. "Why did Rongxiu keep emphasizing the 6th floor? Did any of you go to the next level?" Yi Zhiding asked again. Chu Luyue and Rongxiu both shook their heads. Yi Zhiding sighed. "This old man must be confused. How could the two of you enter that place?" Confusion flashed across Chu Luyue's heart. Elder Yi seemed to know what was on the 7th floor. It was even to the extent that he was very likely aware that the ferocious beast was suppressed on the 7th floor. He was the dean of Tianlu Academy, so it was normal for him to know about this. But, what's going on with Rongxiu? At that time, he was outside the barrier of the 7th level, and he saw her come out with his own eyes. But he didn't seem to want others to know this. Obviously, he knew that the 7th floor was unusual. Could it be that Rongxiu also knew the secret of the 7th floor? Whether it was the legendary three-eyed eagle or the heavenly square cauldron? Strange, why did that beast suddenly disappear? Yi Zhiding slowly waved the fan in his hand, perplexed. Sun Zhongyan suddenly said, "Oh right, that green sparrow entered Jiuyou Tower just now. Perhaps I can get some clues from it." Yi Zhiding's eyes lit up. He hurriedly walked toward Mu Qinghe. From the beginning to the end, Mu Qinghe had been watching coldly from the sidelines, but Yi Zhiding didn't mind. As the envoy of the Tianling dynasty, Mu Qinghe naturally had no reason to get involved in this. However, he was powerful and had been watching from the side. Perhaps he knew something. When Yi Zhiding walked over, Hong Yao was squatting on Mu Qinghe's shoulder, casually combing its feathers. "Vice Admiral Mu, I have a few questions. Can I ask your fiend?" Mu Qinghe glanced at Hong Yao. Hong Yao then stopped and sized Yi Zhiding up. Yi Zhiding coughed. "I wonder, if your injuries were caused by that ferocious beast?" Hong Yao glared at him. Then, it angrily turned its head away. "Didn't I just suffer some minor injuries? I'm basically healed now, alright?" Why did he have to mention this? Mu Qinghe was expressionless. "That's right." Yi Zhiding asked again. "Then, do you know what happened to it?" Hong Yao shook its head frantically. Yi Zhiding didn't quite believe it. "Really? Then, at least you should know if it's dead or alive, right? This green sparrow is a high-level fiend and is noble and proud. How can it let the matter rest so easily after it's injured?" Hong Yao still shook its head. In the end, it simply buried its head under its wings and refused to speak. Seeing it like this, Yi Zhiding knew that there wouldn't be any results even if he continued to ask, so he could only give up. "Thank you, Vice Admiral Mu. It seems like we have to investigate this matter from another angle." Mu Qinghe suddenly said, "Jui is in the Jui Palace. Jiuyou Tower was built to suppress that ferocious beast, right?" Yi Zhiding was stunned for a moment before nodding. "That ferocious beast has already disappeared, and Jiuyou Tower's collapse is no longer important. What are you worried about? The most important thing is that the pit of heavenly origins below is still there, isn't it?" Mu Qinghe's voice was still cold. Yi Zhiding's head hurt. Vice Admiral Mu is right, but, however, Jiuyou Tower had already existed since Tianlu Academy existed. Now that it was destroyed, as the dean, he was still worried. That ferocious beast is, many thoughts flashed across Yi Zhiding's mind, but he could only sigh in the end. Since things have already come to this, there's no other way. As he spoke, he turned to look at Elder Wei Yun and the rest. Use the Xian formation to seal this place and clean it up as soon as possible. Everyone hurriedly responded. Sun Zhongyan hesitated for a moment and still asked worriedly, Senior Marshal Uncle, why are you still here? What should we do after that, Uncle Master? Without Jiuyo Tower, the power in the pit of heavenly origins below is still unbearable for most of the students. Don't worry about this. After some time, we can just build a 9-story tower here. This new 9-story tower definitely won't be as powerful as the old Jiuyo Tower, but it can at least provide some space for the students to cultivate. Since that ferocious beast is no longer here, there's no need to be too worried. Everyone looked at each other and realized that this was the best solution, so they could only agree. Then, Sun Zhongyan quickly let the students leave, leaving only the elders and teachers to deal with the ruins together. Mu Qinghe didn't want to stay any longer and turned to leave. However, when she walked past Chu Luiyue, she looked at her meaningfully. Your ability seems to be stronger than I thought. Chu Luiyue looked calm. Vice Admiral Mu is overpraising me. You know very well whether I'm overpraising you or not. After all, not everyone can rely on the Yuan instrument to reach the 6th level. Mu Qinghe's eyes were filled with scrutiny. Chu Luiyue smiled. Actually, this is all thanks to Dumpling. Lu Yu is just a stage 2 warrior. He's really not enough. After the battle with Heng Jingshua in the Qing Jiao competition, everyone knew that she had an unusual blood ferret. Mu Qinghe's gaze flashed past Dumpling, who was on Chu Luiyue's shoulder, and she suddenly said, I feel that your aura seems to be stronger than before. I seem to have seen the aura of your magical beast somewhere before. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Chapter 315. Chu Luiyue raised her eyebrows in surprise. Oh? Where did Vice Admiral Mu see a magical beast similar to Dumpling? If they were fated to meet, Dumpling must have hit it off very well. Mu Qinghe stared at Chu Luiyue, as if he was considering whether she meant what she said. It's the magical beast of an old friend of mine. But it's not a blood ferret, but... He paused, and a cold smile suddenly appeared at the corner of his mouth. Forget it, it's already dead, there's no need to mention it. Chu Luiyue's heart twitched fiercely. She heard her own voice, that's a pity. It must be very cute if it's similar to Dumpling. But why did the magical beast die? Did it die in battle? Mu Qinghe's smile slowly disappeared, and his expression was as cold as ice. It's just that its master died, so it was buried along with him. But because the magical beast was very strong, it probably knew that it wouldn't be easy to die, so it chose to self-destruct. Every word was like a sharp knife, ruthlessly stabbing into Chu Luiyue's heart. Although she had already expected it, she still couldn't accept it when she heard it with her own ears. Oh, right, that old friend of mine is the one I said you were similar to. Mu Qinghe's face was expressionless, and his tone was very calm, as if he was talking about something very ordinary. Chu Luiyue forced her lips to move, but her limbs were cold, and it was almost impossible for her to move. Is that so? Cough cough, cough cough. Rong Xiao, who was next to her, suddenly coughed violently. Chu Luiyue quickly looked over. Rong. Your Highness Princely, are you okay? Rong Xiao finally stopped, and his lips were pale as he smiled. Nothing, just, a little tired, Chu Luiyue immediately said, then I'll send you back to the Prince Li's residence. A faint smile appeared on Rong Xiao's face. Thank you very much. Chu Ning was also a little worried. I will go with you. After saying that, they planned to leave together. Mu Qinghe was still standing there, looking at Chu Luiyue. Chu Luiyue took a step forward, then turned his head and asked, "What's the matter?" "Vice Admiral Mu, is there anything else?" Mu Qinghe paused and didn't say anything. She turned around and left. Chu Ning looked at his back view, walked to Chu Liuyue's side, and whispered, did you offend Vice Admiral Mu before?" Chu Liuyue curled her lips nonchalantly. "Perhaps. But that was not important." After Emperor Jiawen and the others left, Rong Xiao and the rest quickly returned. Seeing that the matter was over, the people who had gathered together went back to their own places. Tianlu Academy became deserted again. Yi Zhiding looked at the ruins of Jiuyou Tower and rubbed his glabella with a headache. The imperial city has really become more and more chaotic recently, Elder Yi. A voice was suddenly heard. Yi Zhiding looked up and quickly furrowed his brows. Fu Yunshan? Cheng Han? Elder Yi, I didn't expect this to happen. We came late and couldn't help. I'm really sorry. Fu Yunshan explained regretfully. Cheng Han's gaze swept across the ruins, and he was very proud. He couldn't help but tease. Yeah. Jiuyou Tower seemed to have existed since Tianlu Academy existed. Now that it's destroyed, Elder Yi must be very upset, right? However, there's nothing we can do about this. That ferocious beast is too powerful. It's fine as long as everyone is fine. Elder Yi, don't you think so? Yi Zhiding squinted his eyes and looked at the two of them before he laughed. That's right. This time, it's indeed because our academy isn't strong enough that things develop to this stage. That ferocious beast is indeed very strong. Even if you helped, it wouldn't have been of much use. After all, your abilities. This old man has always been very straightforward. You don't mind, right? Fu Yunshan's expression instantly became very awkward. He secretly gave Cheng Han a look. I already said that with Yi Zhiding's cultivation level, he would definitely be able to sense that we were nearby. We could have helped, but we didn't. Yi Zhiding must have a grudge against us. Cheng Han was a little embarrassed by the mockery, but on second thought, Tianlu Academy suffered a huge loss, after all. Just this point alone would make him happy for a long time. Thus, he didn't care about Yi Zhiding's words at all. Elder Yi, you've been in seclusion for a long time. I'm afraid you don't know a lot of things that have happened outside. Although our abilities can't be compared to yours, we're not as weak as you say, ha ha ha. I was just joking. Why did you take it seriously, Cheng Han? It's just like when you lost to me back then and said that you would send your disciple to defeat my disciple in the future. Wasn't that just a joke? Cheng Han's face froze. Yi Zhiding asked in confusion, why? Why? Isn't it true? I heard that the pill your disciple used to win the Celestial Physician competition was refined by my disciple. If you're really still upset about what happened back then, you wouldn't have agreed to let your disciple take first place, right? Cheng Han's expression changed, and it was very interesting. We haven't seen each other for so many years, but Yi Zhiding is still so merciless. His mouth is really disgusting. I suddenly remembered that our academy is going back tomorrow, and there are some things that we haven't had time to do yet. Since Tianlu Academy is in such a situation, we'll only cause trouble if we continue to stay here. We'll take our leave first. As Cheng Han spoke, he turned around and left. Fu Yunshan was also a little embarrassed. He forcefully added a few words and didn't plan to continue staying here. Cheng Han walked a few steps and suddenly felt that someone was missing from his side, Situ Xingchen. He looked around but didn't see Situ Xingchen's figure. Did you see Xingchen? He found a familiar student and asked. I think she left just now. Maybe she went back to the inn. Cheng Han thought about it and agreed. She must have felt terrible when she saw Rong Xiao and Chu Luyue being betrothed. It's normal for her to go back. At this time, it's good for her to be alone. Cheng Han took a deep breath. Let's go. Digression, tomorrow will still be updated in the afternoon and evening. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 316. Chu Luyue and Chu Ning followed Rong Xiu back to the Prince Li's mansion. The people of the Prince Li's mansion seemed to have received the news, and their attitude towards Chu Ning and his daughter was particularly attentive and eager, as if they were welcoming their own family. This made Chu Ning a little unaccustomed. After sitting in the Prince Li's mansion for a while, Chu Ning wanted to let Rong Xiu have a good rest, so he left with Chu Luyue. Rong Xiu sent a carriage to send the two back. At first, Chu Ning didn't want to go through so much trouble, but later, he was really stubborn and had to agree. The father and daughter got on the carriage and sat on each side. The two looked at each other silently. Chu Ning looked at Chu Luyue calmly, and hesitated to speak, as if he was thinking about how to speak. "Father, if you have something to say, just say it," Chu Luyue said softly. Chu Ning hesitated for a moment before saying, "Between you and Prince Li. Is there something between you?" Chu Luyue laughed. "What do you mean?" Chu Ning paused. "That is. Did you already know that he was interested in you?" "Yes." Chu Luyue didn't intend to hide this point. "As you think, Prince Li and I did have feelings for each other long ago. That's why today's marriage was granted." Although he had already thought of it, Chu Ning couldn't help but be surprised when he heard it with his own ears. When did this happen? Could it be that, when he saved you, Prince Li saved me first, and we didn't know each other at that time? Chu Ning breathed a sigh of relief. In other words, the two gradually got to know each other after Prince Li returned. In this case, it was easier for him to accept. "Do you really like Prince Li?" Chu Ning stared into Chu Luyue's eyes and asked with a serious expression. Chu Luyue nodded slightly. Chu Ning was stunned for a while before he murmured, "That's good. That's good." His expression was a little complicated, as if he was sad and happy at the same time. He understood Yu's character very well. If she was not really interested in Prince Li, then today's bestowment of marriage, she would absolutely not agree. Prince Li is a good person. At the very least, he was much stronger than Crown Prince Rongjin. In the past, Yu didn't have good taste. She liked Rongjin for many years and suffered a lot of humiliation and grievances because of him. But things were different now. He could see that Li Wang valued Yu very much. It could even be said that he regarded her as a treasure. He could finally rest assured. It's just Li Wang's body. Have you checked Li Wang's pulse? Do you have any way to help me recuperate? Prince Li had died of illness when he was still in his mother's womb. He had invited countless celestial physicians since he was young, but there had been no improvement. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been sent to Mingyue Tianshan to recuperate for so many years. Chu Luyue looked at Chu Ning's worried face and felt warm and amused at the same time. "Father, don't worry. I'll do my best. No matter what happens to Prince Li's health in the future, I will always take good care of him." Chu Ning sighed and nodded. "That's good." He had once hoped that Yu could marry an ordinary and healthy person and live a peaceful life. However, Yu had already displayed shocking talent. She definitely wouldn't be as simple and ordinary as an ordinary person in the future. If your mother was still around, she would definitely be very happy. Deep nostalgia flashed across Chu Ning's eyes. Chu Luyue's heart ached. For so many years, Chu Ning had to be both a father and a mother to bring up Chu Luyue painstakingly. No one could tell how sad he felt. She leaned forward and held Chu Ning's hand. The father-daughter duo sat in silence for a long time, but the atmosphere was warm and harmonious. Pack! The crisp sound of a slap resounded in the room. The Empress looked coldly at Rong Jin, who was standing in front of her. "You're really crazy today." Rong Jin lowered his head and didn't say a word. "I've long said that you shouldn't have any ideas about Chu Luiyue. Are you treating all of it as passing wind? When I saw you lying on the bed earlier, I thought you were just talking nonsense because of your fever. I didn't expect you to run over today and openly snatch Chu Luiyue from Rong Xiu." The Empress's finger was almost poking Rong Jin's head. "Your father was right about one thing today, you're really tired of being the crown prince." Rong Jin wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and there seemed to be a fire burning in his heart. He finally couldn't help but retort. "She's mine." "Why did I? You've already broken off the engagement with her." The Empress suddenly raised her voice, and her gaze was as sharp as a knife as it ruthlessly scraped across Rong Jin's body. "Don't forget that you were the one who brought it up. What did you say back then? You said that you had to break off the engagement with Chu Luiyue and sever ties with her no matter what price I had to pay. Great, it's only been a few months, but you're acting like you're possessed. What do you want others to think of you, the crown prince? Do you know how much effort I spent back then to push you to the position of crown prince?" The Empress's voice was already a little hysterical. Rong Jin looked up and saw that her face was contorted, and her eyes were filled with deep resentment. He was shocked and then realized that the Empress's emotions were exceptionally agitated today. He took a deep breath in and lowered his voice, still feeling indignant. But why does it have to be Rong Xiu? How can that good-for-nothing compare to me? Look at him, he won't be able to stand if he takes 2 more steps. Once he thought that Chu Luiyue was actually betrothed to such a person, he was filled with disgust. The Empress's face darkened, and she suddenly sneered. "Why? Why do you think? Rong Xiu personally begged your father, so how can your father not agree? You're better than him in every aspect, but who asked him to have a vixen mother? She's been dead for so many years, but she's still haunting me. She couldn't win against that woman back then, and now, her son can't win against that woman's son. Doesn't she hate her?" Rong Jin then understood that the Empress was like this because she remembered the people and things back then. The Empress seemed to have noticed that she had lost her composure. She took a deep breath in and forced herself to calm down. "Anyway, it wasn't easy for you to keep your position today. Your father can tolerate you once or twice, but there definitely won't be a third time." Rong Jin pressed his lips against each other. "I know my mistake." "What's the use of knowing your mistake? You have to think of a way to make up for it." Rong Jin's eyes lit up. "Mother, do you have a way?" The Empress stared at him with a deadly gaze. "Of course, I have a way. However, you have to swear that you'll never mention Chu Luiyue again from now on. You'll completely give up on this thought." Rong Jin was stunned. "But mother, she's the only one I like." The Empress looked at him warningly. Rong Jin subconsciously swallowed his remaining words. After a long time, he clenched his fists so tightly that they almost broke. "Yes." The Empress heaved a sigh of relief, and her expression became gentler as she picked up the teacup at the side. "The only way for you to stabilize your position as the crown prince is to marry Situ Xingchen." Digression. In the car, mobile users can continue to browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 317. What? Rong Jin was dazed. Country Xing Luo previously mentioned to your father that they want you to marry Situ Xingchen. Situ Xingchen has a noble status and is very doted on. If you can marry her, you'll have a strong support. The Empress sipped her tea and coldly glanced at Rong Jin. If it weren't for this, why do you think your father let you off today? Rong Jin knitted his brows. But Situ Xingchen. Is this the only way? You're still unwilling? The Empress put down her teacup with a bang and sneered. No matter how you look at it, Situ Xingqian is an extremely good choice for the crown prince. What else are you unhappy about? Even though she didn't really like Situ Xingqian, she had been in the palace for many years and instinctively felt that Situ Xingqian wasn't simple. However, she couldn't care about that now. Rong Jin kept quiet. He was also very clear that his current situation was worrying, and Situ Xingqian was indeed the only person who could help him stabilize his position. Think of a way to contact Situ Xingqian. It's best if you can quickly win her favor. This way, things will be much smoother in the future. Rong Jin knitted his brows. But I'm already under house arrest, and I can't go out at all. Besides, the Qingjiao competition has already ended, and they'll leave tomorrow. What kind of problem is this? As long as you want to, all these can be solved. The Empress didn't care. Unless you really don't want to be the crown prince anymore. Rong Jin clenched his teeth. I understand. Chu Ning and Chu Luiyue returned home together. When they reached the door, the two of them saw a page boy waiting at the door. Chu Luiyue squinted her eyes. She knew this page boy. He's from the Chu family. When the page boy saw Chu Ning and his daughter coming down from the horse carriage, he hurriedly ran over with a respectful expression. Lord Chu Ning, Big Missy, you're finally back. Chu Luiyue and Chu Ning looked at each other. One wouldn't visit a temple for no reason. It was obvious why the Chu family sent someone over. Mu Teng? Why are you here? The manservant called Mu Teng nodded and bowed with a fawning expression. He took out an invitation card from his bosom and handed it over respectfully. He, Lord Chu Ning still remembers me. The first elder said that he would like to invite you back to his residence. Here is the invitation. Chu Ning smiled faintly. Back then, you had carry water for you for 3 months, causing her hands to develop frostbite. How could I forget about you? The smile on Mu Teng's face froze abruptly, and he felt extremely embarrassed. This. It was all my fault back then. Please be magnanimous and let me off. This lowly one apologizes to you. Seeing that Chu Ning and Chu Li's expressions did not change, he gritted his teeth and ruthlessly slapped his own face. It's all my fault. It's all my fault. I deserve to die. Damn it. His cheek quickly became red and swollen, leaving behind a clear palm print. Chu Ning didn't say anything, so he didn't dare to stop. It was only when Chu Luiyue's mouth was filled with blood that Chu Ning sneered and led her toward the door. Seeing that the two were about to leave, Mu Teng panicked and hurriedly chased after them. Lord Chu Ning. I beg you to accept this invitation card. Otherwise, this lowly one won't be able to explain himself when I return. Chu Ning didn't want to pay any attention to him, not even giving him an extra glance. Mu Teng simply knelt down and kowtowed. Lord Chu Ning, I beg you. Eldest young miss, please persuade Lord Chu Ning. The corners of Chu Luiyue's mouth curled up slightly as he took the invitation card and opened it with interest. This letter was personally written by the first elder, Chu Shao, and the wording was very polite. It was clear that he wanted to reconcile. Chu Ning frowned as a trace of disgust flashed across his eyes. What's so good about this kind of thing? It will only dirty your eyes. Chu Luiyue blinked at him and then looked at Mu Teng. You're saying that if we don't deliver this invitation card today, we'll die when we return? Mu Teng said gratefully. That's right. Eldest young miss, that's great. Just take it well. Chu Luiyue smiled and stuffed the invitation card back into Mu Teng's hands. Have a good trip. I won't send you off. Mu Teng was dumbfounded. Then he realized something and his face paled. Eldest young miss, my father and I have already completely severed ties with the Chu clan. I really can't accept being called eldest young Mississippi. With that, Chu Luiyue and Chu Ning turned to leave. Mu Teng's face was filled with despair. Seeing the two figures about to disappear behind the door, he anxiously shouted. Lord Chu Ning. The first elder said that even if you don't want to return to the Chu clan, please consider the patriarch. Chu Ning stopped in his tracks, a trace of struggle flashing across his face. Chu Luiyue glanced at him. Seeing this, Mu Ting felt that there was hope and shouted again. The patriarch values you the most. If he comes out of seclusion and sees the Chu clan in this state, he will definitely be very disappointed. Chu Luiyue's mouth twitched. Now he was talking about this. When the Chu clan bullied him and his daughter, they didn't consider disappointing the patriarch at all. A trace of hesitation flashed across Chu Ning's heart, but it disappeared in an instant. Let's go. He didn't turn back. He pulled Chu Luiyue and was about to leave. Chu Luiyue sighed softly. Father, why don't you go back and take a look? Chu Ning looked up in surprise. You, Chu Luiyue patted his arm lightly. She didn't have any feelings for the Chu clan. The Chu clan and the patriarch of the Chu clan were not important to her. But Chu Ning was different. After all, the patriarch of the Chu clan was his father. It was impossible to say that there were no ties between them. Chu Luiyue knew very well that the reason Chu Ning had severed ties with the Chu clan was largely because of her. Mu Ting's words didn't mean anything to her, but it inevitably made Chu Ning waver. No matter what, you, doesn't want to see father unhappy. She said softly. Chu Ning immediately understood what she meant, and his heart warmed. After hesitating for a moment, he finally said, Don't worry. Since we've completely severed ties with the Chu clan, we won't go back no matter what. Father will be back soon. In the future, I can give the patriarch an explanation. Chu Luiyue nodded. Then I'll wait for you at home. When Mu Ting heard that Chu Ning agreed to go to the Chu clan, she felt that her life had been saved. Thank you, Lord Chu Ning. Thank you, Ms. Luiyue. Chu Ning and Chu Luiyue exchanged a few words, then left with Mu Ting. Chu Luiyue watched Chu Ning leave. Only when he couldn't be seen did she turn around, step through the door, and enter the courtyard. She walked towards her room. When she reached the door, she placed her hand on the door, intending to push it open. Suddenly, she paused, and a cold light flashed in her eyes. The next moment, she suddenly retreated. A black shadow broke through the door. In the blink of an eye, it rushed in front of Chu Luiyue. Before Chu Luiyue could see the other party's face, she was caught in a huge net. Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 318. Chu Luiyue's vision instantly turned dark. This net was very strange. She was trapped in it, and all the light was blocked outside. She couldn't see anything. Then, she felt herself being pulled up. She was about to speak when a hoarse and threatening voice sounded by her ear. If you want to die faster, just call for help. Chu Luiyue's lips moved, but she didn't say anything. Although she couldn't see the other party's face, this aura seemed familiar, right? This person is the one following Rongjin around. Previously, Rongjin came to find me privately and attacked me because of this person. Rongjin once said that after the Qing Jiao competition ended, she would personally bring me to the forest outside the imperial city. I didn't expect Rongjin to be so impatient that she wouldn't even wait for a day. Chu Luiyue took out a dagger and tried to cut the net. In the darkness, she heard an ear-piercing scratching sound. Chu Luiyue was shocked. There's actually an extremely strong barrier in this net. Humph, don't waste your effort. With your current abilities, it's impossible for you to get out of here. That strange and hoarse voice sounded again with a strong sense of mockery. Chu Luiyue thought for a while and decided to just close her eyes and wait quietly. Rongjin wanted to find trouble with me, and it's just nice. I also want to end this matter once and for all. Chu Luyue couldn't see the situation outside and could only feel herself being brought away quickly. She silently traced their route in her heart and realized that they were indeed heading out of the imperial city. She didn't know what method this person used, but the entire journey was very smooth and didn't attract anyone's attention. When they left the city gates, Chu Luyue could even hear the guards' interrogations. But still, no one noticed that something was wrong. She was brought out of the city just like that. After leaving the imperial city, that person obviously relaxed a little and sped up again. Suddenly, she felt a weight on her shoulder. It was Tuan Zi who suddenly came out. It rubbed against Chu Luyue's neck and seemed a little restless. Chu Luyue held it in his arms and gently comforted it. She was sure that Dumpling could bite through the net, but she had no intention of doing so at the moment. Dumpling seemed to be aware of her thoughts and immediately nestled in her arms obediently. After about an hour, that person finally stopped. Chu Luyue immediately patted Dumpling's butt and told it to go back. Then, he held his breath and waited. Whoosh! The net was suddenly ripped open. A dazzling light instantly shone down. Chu Luyue subconsciously squinted his eyes to adapt to the change in light. Chu Luyue. A high and mighty voice came from behind. Chu Luyue looked back. It was Rongzhen. Are you familiar with this place? Rongzhen crossed her arms and asked coldly. Chu Luyue looked around. It was lush and verdant in all directions. This was indeed the forest outside the imperial capital. She pondered for a moment as if she was recalling before nodding gently. It's a little familiar. Back then, I was almost killed by the people Chu Xianmin sent here. Rongzhen's gaze suddenly changed. The place on your map isn't here. Chu Luyue smiled bitterly. Yes. But that's where I went after I escaped. At that time, they knocked me out and brought me here, intending to kill me. Coincidentally, I woke up at that time, so I escaped. Rongzhen looked at Chu Luyue suspiciously. You better not let me find out what tricks you're up to. During the Qingjiao competition, Chu Luyue performed very well and displayed abilities that exceeded everyone's expectations. She could not help but be wary. Chu Luyue shrugged. This place is deserted. I know I'm not your match, so I'll cooperate. As long as you let me go in the end, everything else is negotiable. Rongzhen sneered. You know what's good for you. Chu Luyue did not say anything and looked down slightly. Bring me there now. Rongzhen gave Elder Meng, who was standing behind Chu Luyue, a look. Elder Meng, you must watch her closely. Fourth princess, don't worry. As this hoarse voice rang in her ears, Chu Luyue suddenly felt a cold wind coming from behind her. Her eyes flickered, and she immediately became alert. However, it was only for a moment before she restrained her impulse and pretended not to notice anything as she stood there. Swoosh! A rope as thick as a thumb was tightly wrapped around her neck. Elder Meng was holding the other end of the rope in his hands. A fierce look flashed across Chu Luyue's eyes. She had never been humiliated like this before. Behave yourself. Rongzhen shouted. Otherwise, this rope can take your life any time. Chu Luyue suppressed the anger in her heart and nodded lightly. I know. Lead the way in front. Chu Luyue took a deep breath and took a step forward. The moment she moved, the rope around her neck moved as well. Elder Meng and Rongzhen followed behind. Chu Luyue finally managed to persuade Dumpling not to come out and continued walking forward step by step. Rongzhen couldn't help but chuckle at this scene. If the people in the imperial city see this scene, their jaws will definitely drop. The famous Chu Luyue actually has such a servile appearance. Rongzhen was delighted. So what if he came in first in the Qingjiao competition? So what if he has a Daijing Yuan meridian? Isn't he like a dog in front of me? I heard that the crown prince and princely even fought in front of father to snatch you. Ha, if they see you like this, they will regret it so much. Chu Luyue, you are really capable. You didn't say or do anything, but you almost made father remove the crown prince. Chu Luyue didn't have much of an expression. I've already cut all ties with the crown prince. I didn't expect today's incident either. If fourth princess is still angry because of this, angry? Why would I be angry? Can the crown prince blame others for his incompetence? Rongzhen said sarcastically. Chu Luyue paused. That's strange. Rongzhen and Rongjin were both born of the empress, and they always had a good relationship. Why did they suddenly become like this? From her tone, it seems like she can't wait for Rongjin to be removed. When my pearl of essence recovers, one day, I'll let mother know that Rongjin is a hopeless case. I am much more outstanding than him. Upon hearing her words, Chu Luyue could basically confirm that Rongzhen and Rongjin did have a conflict. However, she didn't know why. Just as she was thinking about this, she suddenly felt the rope around her neck being pulled tight. She held her breath, and she almost fell. She hurriedly turned around and saw Rongzhen laughing heartily. Ha ha ha. How interesting. Elder Meng, why didn't I think of such a way to do this in the past? Chu Luyue, why don't you bark twice like a dog, and I'll let bygones be bygones. Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 319. Chu Luyue stared at Rongzhen quietly. Fourth princess, this joke isn't funny at all. Rongzhen's laughter stopped abruptly, and she looked at Chu Luyue. She saw a pair of clear, black jade-like eyes staring at her. That pair of eyes was calm and unperturbed, but it inexplicably made one feel fearful. A chill seemed to emerge from the bottom of her heart, causing her to shudder. Realizing that she was actually afraid of Chu Luyue, Rongzhen was enraged, and she jerked the rope violently. What are you looking at? If you keep looking, I'll dig out your eyeballs. This time, Chu Luyue pulled the rope first and didn't let her do as she pleased. Rongzhen tugged a few times and realized that it didn't budge. She felt even more embarrassed and flew into a rage. Elder Meng. Teach her a lesson. Fourth princess. Chu Luyue suddenly spoke, and his lips curved up without any trace of a smile. Did you spend so much effort to bring me out just to teach me a lesson? Rongzhen was taken aback. I know that it's easy for you to kill me here. Perhaps no one will ever find out that it was you, fourth princess, who did it. But are you sure this is what you want? If I die, your pearl of essence will never recover. How dare you threaten me? Rongzhen's face was a little sinister. She had already suffered enough over the past few days, and now, even Chu Luyue dared to speak to her like this. She quickly took 2 steps forward, rushed to Chu Luyue, and raised her hand to slap her face. It doesn't matter if I die. I'll kill you, Chu Luyue said slowly. But my father and Princely definitely won't let this go. Rongzhen seemed to have heard a joke. Ha! Just based on your useless father and that sickly person? Of course, it's not just them. Chu Luyue stared into Rongzhen's eyes and smiled slightly. There's also Vice Admiral Mu. Rongzhen froze, and her hand, which was in midair, couldn't fall. Vice Admiral Mu has only chosen me to accompany him to the Tianling dynasty. If something happens to me, what do you think Vice Admiral Mu will do? Rongzhen gritted her teeth. She had almost forgotten about this. Elder Meng tried to persuade him. Fourth princess, we can't afford to offend Vice Admiral Mu, of course I know. Rongzhen was furious. It would have been better if she hadn't mentioned this. Now that she mentioned it, she felt even more disgusted with Chu Luyue. What right did Chu Luiyue have to be chosen? She had only said a few words and was humiliated in public. However, she couldn't do anything to Chu Luiyue. Even though Rongzhen was spoiled and willful, she wasn't brainless. Although he was about to go crazy from anger, after thinking about it carefully, what Chu Luiyue said was not unreasonable. Right now, it was more important to restore his pill of origin. As for the rest, it would be the same in the future. Thinking of this, Rongzhen suppressed the anger in her heart and sternly shouted, "I'll let you off this time. Hurry up and leave." Chu Luiyue glanced at her, turned around, and continued walking forward. Her words seemed to make Rongzhen sober up a little. On the rest of the journey, Rongzhen didn't cause trouble most of the time. The few of them walked forward calmly. After walking for more than an hour, Rongzhen's legs were sore from all the walking. She impatiently asked, "What's wrong? How far is it?" "Chu Luiyue, are you trying to fool me?" Chu Luiyue finally stopped. "It's just in front." Rongzhen immediately looked forward. In the lush forest not far away, there was a lake with white fog rising from it. The surroundings were quiet, and the sun shone down. The fog on the lake's surface made it look like a fairyland. She couldn't help but take a few steps forward and shockingly realize that the white fog floating above the lake was actually thick force. This is... She widened her eyes and looked at the scene in front of her in disbelief. There's actually such a place outside of the imperial city? As the fourth princess, she was doted on. Not to mention the imperial city, she had even been to half of the good places in country Yaochen. But she had never heard of this place before. The force here is very thick and very gentle. It's indeed a good place to cultivate. Even Elder Meng couldn't help but praise it. Chu Luiyue coughed. "I ran here with much difficulty back then and coincidentally met that mysterious man. This should be his territory, but I didn't know if he would appear today." Rongzhen looked at the lake in amazement. She took a deep breath and felt as if her organs were flowing smoothly. "This is really a good place to cultivate. You're honest." She threw the other end of the rope to Old Meng and rushed to the lakeside in excitement. Up close, the lake was even clearer and more beautiful. She looked around and realized that there was no one else here other than the few of them. "Is that mysterious man not here today? Elder Meng, is there anyone nearby?" Elder Meng shook his head. "No. He didn't sense anyone's aura. That's strange. Why is there no one watching over this place?" Rongzhen walked a few steps around the lake with a confused look. "It would be great if this lake belonged to me. Cultivating here would definitely be twice the result with half the effort. It's a pity that my pearl of essence is broken now, so I can't cultivate here. If that's the case, it will only be harmful." Thinking of this, Rongzhen's heart itched. "Chu Luiyue, since that mysterious man was willing to help you, do you have a way to contact him?" Chu Luiyue shook his head. "How can such a person be controlled by me? Even I don't know what he looks like." Rongzhen didn't expect Chu Luiyue to know, so she was disappointed when she heard this. Such a strong presence indeed wouldn't be restricted to one place. However, they had already come all the way here. If they returned empty-handed, wouldn't that be too shameful? Suddenly, her eyes lit up. "Oh right. Previously, you said that you met that person when you were in danger. If you encounter a similar situation now, will he appear again?" Chu Luiyue knitted his brows. "Fourth princess, what do you mean?" "I don't mean anything." Rongzhen slowly walked to Chu Luiyue and sized her up with ill intentions. "I just want to give it a try. Don't worry, I won't really want you to die, fourth princess, you think too highly of me." Chu Luiyue said lightly. Rongzhen sneered. "You're no longer the same as before. Even Vice Admiral Mu favors you. How can I say that I think highly of you? You just have to, just as her hand was about to strangle Chu Liuyue's neck, a strange sound came from the lake. Rongzhen immediately turned around. Under the white fog, she could vaguely see circles of ripples spreading from the center of the lake to the surroundings. She couldn't hide her excitement as she hurriedly walked over. But just as she reached the side of the lake, a huge white figure suddenly rushed out of the lake. It was heading straight for her. Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 320. Ah! Elder Meng, save me! Rongzhen exclaimed as she sensed the incoming danger and immediately called for help. Elder Meng already knew that something was amiss when the white figure broke out of the water and immediately rushed forward. But even though he was fast, the other party was even faster. Swoosh! The sound of something being cut was heard. The next moment, Rongzhen's body flew backward. She fell harshly to the ground. The front of her shirt was quickly dyed red with blood. Fourth princess. Elder Meng was shocked. He looked up. However, what appeared in front of them was actually a muscular white lion. It quickly rushed out of the water and flew in the air, exuding a strong suppressive aura. This was clearly a high-level fiend. Elder Meng's heart was in his mouth. Even if he was a stage 5 warrior, it wouldn't be easy for him to deal with this fiend. He wanted to go forward and save Rongzhen, but the scary white lion didn't budge an inch. It was impossible to break through it head-on. Rongzhen, who was lying on the ground, kept wailing. She didn't even see what the other party looked like before she was beaten to the ground. Her organs were all squeezed into a ball, and a few of her ribs seemed to be broken. She couldn't even move. After her pearl of essence was broken, she lost all her strength and couldn't even defeat a normal adult man. She was no different from a good-for-nothing. How could she withstand such a fierce attack? Elder Meng. Elder Meng, Rongzhen's face was pale as she kept spitting out blood. She struggled to get up. But the moment she moved, it hurt like hell. Besides, she couldn't exert any strength in many parts of her body. Roar! The white lion roared at the sky. Rongzhen trembled in fear. Elder Meng suddenly realized something and turned to look at Chu Liyue. It's you, swoosh! Chu Liyue had an extremely sharp dagger in his hand, and he slashed at the rope harshly. Elder Meng laughed mockingly. This rope is made of gold, silk and white iron. You're too naive if you want to cut it with a mere dagger. Before he could finish speaking, Chu Liyue raised the dagger and cut the rope. The cut was neat and tidy. It looked extremely easy. Chu Liyue's lips curled up slightly. It seems that this thing of yours isn't that great. Elder Meng's anger burned as he gathered origin power in his palm. Then, he swung it out. Boom! A ball of extremely pure origin power rushed towards Chu Liyue. Chu Liyue tapped the ground with the tip of his foot, and jumped away as light as a swallow. At the same time, he shouted. Dumpling! A small red figure suddenly flashed by. Then, he went straight for that ball of origin power. Puff! It rushed in, and its figure was instantly engulfed by the light of the origin power. Elder Meng sneered. You overestimate yourself. He had long heard that Chu Liyue had a strange blood ferret that directly swallowed Heng Jingchua's force. But he was different from Heng Jingchua. He was a rank 5 warrior and was much stronger than Heng Jingchua. Chu Liyue was delusional to think that he could use the same trick he used on Heng Jingchua to deal with him. It was simply wishful thinking. But at this moment, a hole suddenly appeared in that ball of dazzling origin power. A furry tail poked out. Elder Meng suddenly froze. In the next moment, he saw that the ball of origin power suddenly collapsed from the middle. That blood ferret opened its mouth and sucked hard. The origin power turned into a stream of light and entered its body. Elder Meng was completely stunned. Elder Meng, save me! Rong Zhen's shrill scream brought Elder Meng back to his senses. He turned back and saw that the white lion had already raised its claws and slammed down again. Boom! A strong gust of wind suddenly blew. Rong Zhen's body flew up again and fell to the ground in an even more tragic manner. This time, there were more bloodstains on her body, making her look even more ashen. Fourth Princess. Elder Meng was extremely anxious as he hurriedly rushed over. But this time, he still couldn't get close. That white lion was extremely strong, and it was extremely easy for it to stop him. Seeing that Rong Zhen was tortured beyond recognition, Elder Meng angrily glared at the white lion but was shocked to see that Chu Luiyue was already standing beside the white lion. More importantly, that white lion seemed to be very docile in front of her. Her hand was placed on the white lion's head, gently caressing it. Shue shue, well done. Chu Luiyue praised it sincerely. Ever since Rong Zhen secretly found her, she had already started planning this counterattack. Since Rong Zhen said that she would bring her here, she would definitely do it. It was just a matter of time. She had already told Shue Shue to wait here and planned to come after the Qing Jiao competition ended. Even if Rong Zhen didn't find her, she would have gone to find her. So, even though today's incident was very sudden, it was all within her control. The murderous look in Shue Shue's eyes instantly disappeared, and it became extremely obedient as it rubbed against Chu Luiyue's palm coquettishly. Is this your fiend? No. Impossible. Elder Meng was stunned by the scene in front of him and didn't feel good. When exactly did Chu Luiyue have such a strong presence? Also, this fiend seems to be very obedient to her. Even if it's not her fiend, there doesn't seem to be any difference. Shue Shue looked up at Chu Luiyue and wanted to ask for another round of praise, but its gaze suddenly froze, and it stared deadly at Chu Luiyue's neck. Upon seeing its expression, Chu Luiyue then touched her neck in hindsight. The marks left by the rope were very clear. She curved her eyes. It's okay. It's just a flesh wound. But Shue Shue's eyes seemed to be burning with fire. To a fiend, having a rope around their neck was a very humiliating thing. It was even more so for humans. How dare they treat me like this? Roar! Shue Shue roared angrily. Rong Zhen heard this sound and was so frightened that her entire body trembled. She forced her eyes open and looked at Shue Shue. For some reason, she felt that this scene was very familiar, right? The high-level fiend I met in the hunting ground back then seemed to be white. And this aura is exactly the same. Elder Meng. This white lion is the fiend that destroyed my pearl of essence. Rong Zhen shouted in a hoarse voice. Quick! Tell father and mother. Digression, update at 12 noon tomorrow. Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 321. Elder Meng was shocked. When Rong Zhen went to the hunting ground to hunt that high-level fiend, he didn't follow her. In addition, when Rong Zhen fell off the cliff, she didn't see the other party's face clearly, so no one knew what the high-level fiend that hurt her looked like. They originally thought that the matter would be left unsettled, but they didn't expect to encounter it again today. Also, this fiend clearly has a close relationship with Chu Luiyue. Elder Meng made a prompt decision and took out a thumb-sized silver cylinder. That was the special SOS tube used by country Yao Chen's royal family. As long as force was injected, it would explode immediately. Chu Luiyue narrowed her eyes. She had heard of this before. It was also called a silver fly. Every member of country Yao Chen's royal family had one, and they wouldn't use it unless it was a critical moment. This also meant that once this thing was activated, it meant that one's life was in danger. The royal family's people could quickly rush over based on the signal sent out by this thing. More importantly, after this silver fly exploded, everyone within a 1 kilometer radius would be stained with a special smell. Those people could use this smell to continue their pursuit. If that was the case, it would unintentionally cause a lot of trouble. Chu Luiyue raised her hand and swiftly threw the dagger out. The dagger was extremely fast and hit Elder Meng's wrist in an instant. The silver fly fell to the ground. Elder Meng panicked and immediately went forward to snatch the silver fly back. Shui raised its claws and waved it harshly. A few sharp rays of light flew out instantly. Elder Meng was shocked and immediately dodged. A red shadow flashed past. The next moment, Dumpling held the silver fly in its mouth and appeared in front of Chu Luiyue. Chu Luiyue took the silver fly and lightly patted Dumpling's head. "You're smart." Dumpling proudly wagged its tail and then shook its butt at Rongzhen and Elder Meng with a look of disdain. Elder Meng's heart sank. A powerful high-level fiend, a cunning Chu Luiyue, and a mysterious blood ferret, he and Rongzhen weren't their opponents at all. Rongzhen finally realized the danger at this point. Her face turned even paler, and blood kept seeping out of the corner of her mouth. She forced herself to raise her head and look at Chu Luiyue. His arrogant and presumptuous face was now filled with deep fear. However, there was still a trace of resentment in the depths of his eyes. "It's you. It's you. This magical beast was sent by you," she accused in a trembling voice. "It's you. You've long harbored a grudge against me and wanted to kill me to silence me, haven't you?" Chu Luiyue raised his eyebrows. "You're saying Shui is the devil beast that destroyed your essence core? Why are you pretending to be innocent?" Rongzhen was already on the verge of breaking down. Seeing that Chu Luiyue didn't seem to know anything, she was so angry that her lungs exploded, and she screamed hysterically. "Back then, you purposely sold the hunting ground and then secretly spread the news that there were high-level magical beasts there to lure me over. Then, you sent this magical beast to sneak an attack on me, causing me to fall off the cliff. My essence core was destroyed, and I was completely crippled. Everything you did was because I humiliated you at the palace banquet back then. You evil woman. The truth is right here. Do you still want to deny it?" Chu Luiyue pondered over Rongzhen's words, and his eyes darkened. Then, he looked at Shui, who was beside him, in deep thought. Shui lowered its head guiltily and stared at its claws. Chu Luiyue asked lightly, Shui, "Why are you here?" "Shui, did you really push her off the cliff back then?" Shui didn't move. "Hm?" Chu Luiyue's voice rose slightly. Shui immediately looked at her. It was just following orders. Chu Luiyue stared at it for a while. After confirming that it wasn't lying, she raised her eyebrows in satisfaction. "Just admit it. I don't like little fellows who lie to me." Shui hurriedly nodded. Dumpling, who was at the side, suddenly froze. She secretly glanced at Chu Luiyue to confirm that she wasn't talking about her. Then, she shifted her gaze away. Chu Luiyue's lips suddenly curled up into a smile. "Well done." Shui instantly heaved a sigh of relief. A huge smile appeared on its face, and its white teeth were exposed. Rongzhen was about to die from anger. She really didn't know what Chu Luiyue was doing now. She was clearly the mastermind behind all of this, yet she was still acting here. Chu Luiyue looked at Rongzhen. She crossed her arms with one hand and played with the dagger that had already flown back with the other. She lazily said, "Rongzhen, whether you believe it or not, I didn't destroy your pearl of essence. However, I can't be bothered to explain so much to you now. Anyway, in your eyes, I'm already an evil woman. Whatever I do, even if it's killing you, is perfectly normal, right?" Rongzhen shuddered in fear. "Chu Luiyue. I'm the 4th princess of country Yaochen. You dare to kill me? why wouldn't I dare? Chu Luiyue interrupted her and surveyed the surroundings. This place is deserted. It's the best place to kill someone. Besides, you guys secretly brought me out. Other than you guys, no one else knows that I'm with you now. Even if they investigate in the future, they won't be able to trace it back to me. Rongzhen's lips trembled violently, but she couldn't say anything. This was because she knew very well that Chu Luiyue wasn't wrong at all. She looked at Chu Luiyue. That woman was standing there, her posture relaxed and languid, her face full of smiles. However, the cold glint in her eyes was even colder than the glint of the dagger she was playing with. Endless fear surged in Rongzhen's heart. At this moment, she finally realized that she was a fish on someone's chopping block. Chu Luiyue could really kill her here. Besides, she could definitely do it. Chu Luiyue. Please. Please don't kill me. I was blind in the past and offended you. Please don't hold it against me, okay? I can apologize to you. If you want, you can also use a rope to strangle me. I'll bark like a dog for you, okay? Please. Rongzhen was scared out of her wits. In order to survive, she was willing to give up everything. Chu Luiyue looked at her with interest. He originally thought that Rongzhen was a spoiled, arrogant, and domineering princess, but now it seemed that she was more flexible than he imagined. However, that was all there was to it. Chu Luiyue smiled. Rongzhen, you don't have to waste your breath. At this moment, if you were me, would you spare my life? Rongzhen's voice stopped abruptly. Of course not. There was such a huge conflict between her and Chu Luiyue. If she had the chance to kill Chu Luiyue, she definitely wouldn't hesitate. Chu Luiyue would definitely do the same. Thinking of this, despair gradually filled her eyes. Chu Luiyue raised his chin. Don't worry. Today is a good day for me, so I'll give you a quick death. As she spoke, she pointed the dagger in her hand at Rongzhen's glabella. Chu. Wait. I can tell you a secret about Rongjin. Digression, the remaining chapters might be slower to update, so let's read them together tonight. Mobile users, please browse and read them. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 322. Tuck. The sharp dagger dangerously flew over Rongzhen's head. It then harshly stabbed into the ground beside her. A strand of hair floated down in front of her eyes. Rongzhen's heart seemed to be tightly clenched by something. If I had been any later, I would have really died here today. Chu Luiyue looked at Rongzhen's pale and shaken face for a while before slowly asking, I have nothing to do with Rongzhen anymore. I have nothing to do with Rongjin anymore, and any secrets related to him have nothing to do with me. What makes you think that you can use this secret to exchange for your life? Yes. Yes. I definitely can. I promise that you'll definitely be interested in this matter. Rongzhen was afraid that Chu Luiyue would regret it, so she spoke very quickly. Chu Luiyue raised his brows with interest. Oh. Rongzhen's eyes were filled with panic, but she still spoke to Chu Luiyue confidently. Really? If you really don't care after I say it, it won't be too late to kill me then. In any case, my life and death is in your hands right now, isn't it? Chu Luiyue lifted his chin. Tell me about it. Rongzhen took a deep breath in and forcefully swallowed the sticky blood that surged up her throat. The smell made her want to vomit, but at this point, she definitely didn't dare to do anything she shouldn't do in front of Chu Luiyue. Do you know that father and country Xing Luo want Situ Xingchen to marry Rongjin? Hearing Situ Xingchen's name, a dim light flashed across Chu Luiyue's eyes. There weren't any rumors about this before. How did you know? Seeing that Chu Luiyue seemed to be interested in this matter, Rongzhen secretly heaved a sigh of relief in her heart and continued speaking. because I inadvertently heard about this matter from Imperial Mother. However, she and Rong Jin don't know that I know about this. Chu Luiyue nodded in understanding. In that case, it wasn't impossible. After all, Rong Zhen was the Empress's biological daughter, and she had always been close to Rong Jin. Thus, it wasn't strange for her to hear this. A fair lady is a gentleman's mate. It's Rong Jin's blessing to be able to marry Situ Xingchen. Chu Luiyue said faintly. She said this with sincerity. Even though Situ Xingchen didn't give her a good impression, Situ Xingchen was indeed very outstanding in other aspects. Whether it was appearance or talent, she was one in a million. Even her status was more honorable and stable than Rong Jin's. Even though Rong Jin was the crown prince the moment he was born, his position was already on the brink of collapse after the recent series of setbacks. Emperor Jiaowen's patience with him is about to run out. The other princes are also very outstanding and can replace him at any time. For example, the third prince, Rong Jiao. That person had always been Rong Jin's formidable opponent even though he had been living in seclusion and had been very quiet. However, Chu Luiyue did not think that a man who had fought on the battlefield in his teens and made outstanding achievements in battle would admit defeat so easily. He was just waiting for the right time. Previously, Rong Jin was suddenly placed under house arrest and stripped of many of his rights. It seemed to have something to do with the third prince. On the other hand, Situ Xingchen was the eldest princess and did not need to fight for the throne. However, she had extremely high prestige and status in country Xingluo, and even those princes couldn't compare to her. The marriage between the two of them was beneficial to Rong Jin. Rong Jin didn't ask to marry Situ Xingchen. This marriage was initiated by country Xingluo. Rong Zhen emphasized every word. This really shocked Chu Luiyue. Why? This is the secret I want to tell you. Rong Zhen looked at Chu Luiyue nervously. Do you want to hear this secret now? If you want to know, then, you have to swear that you won't kill me. You also won't use other means to torture me. Chu Luiyue's lips curved up slightly. Are you negotiating with me? Do you have the right? Rong Zhen choked and then gritted her teeth. She gritted her teeth and said, I know I don't. But if you don't agree, then, you don't have to do anything. I'll end it myself. Chu Luiyue looked at her nonchalantly. The dagger is beside you. Rong Zhen didn't seem to expect Chu Luiyue to give such a straightforward answer, and she couldn't help but be dazed. Why you don't want to know the reason behind this? There's a huge secret behind this. Chu Luiyue nodded honestly. Of course, I want to know. But I hate it when others bargain with me, especially someone like you. As she spoke, she glanced at the sky. If you really want to take action, you better hurry. It's almost evening now. I still have to go back and have dinner with my father. Rong Zhen's blood was stuck in her throat, and her face flushed red. You. She angrily pulled out the dagger and pressed it against her neck. Chu Luiyue. I'm telling you. If you don't listen to this secret, you'll definitely regret it. Chu Luiyue acted as if he didn't hear anything. Oh, right. Even though the dagger is sharp, if you cut it in the wrong spot, it'll take a long time for you to bleed to death. The spot you put it in now is a little low. Go up a little. Rong Zhen was so angry that her vision turned black. She was originally injured, and there wasn't a single part of her body that didn't hurt. Now that she heard Chu Luiyue's words, she was about to break down completely. She clenched her teeth, and her hands trembled. The scene of her confronting her mother a few days ago suddenly surfaced in her mind. Those ear-piercing words were like a sharp knife that harshly pierced her heart. Despair flashed across Rong Zhen's eyes. In the past, she was very talented and was doted on. However, she became a good-for-nothing overnight, and she lost everything. But just because she couldn't do anything for Rong Jin, she became a good-for-nothing in her mother's eyes. She became a thorn in her mother's side. Even if she were to die here today, no one would care. Thinking of this, she slowly closed her eyes as a tear rolled down her cheek. Then, she waved her wrist. Poof! Just as the dagger was about to cut her artery, a stone suddenly flew out of Chu Liuyue's hand and hit Rongzhen's wrist. Her hand suddenly turned numb, and the dagger deviated from its original direction and fell to the ground. Chu! There was a cut on Rongzhen's neck, but luckily, it was very shallow and wouldn't harm her life. She looked at Chu Liyue dejectedly and hopelessly. What exactly do you want to do? Chu Liyue looked at her with interest. One had to admit that even though Rongzhen did many evil things and was arrogant and despotic, she was much more courageous than Rongjin. If Rongjin was the one facing such a situation, he wouldn't even have the courage to hold a dagger. From this aspect, Rongzhen was still more outstanding than Rongjin. You can tell me the secret now. Rongzhen was dazed, and her eyes were filled with suspicion. Really? Why, you're sure you won't kill me? Chu Liyue nodded. Of course. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 323. After Chu Liyue finished speaking, he glanced at Shui beside him. Shui understood and immediately dashed out. Its body was huge and muscular, but its speed was extremely fast, almost like a bolt of silver lightning. The next moment, it rushed in front of Elder Meng. The moment Elder Meng saw it move, he already realized the danger. He moved his feet and turned to run. But after a few steps, a white figure flashed in front of him, and the white lion appeared in front of him, blocking his path. Force gathered in Elder Meng's palm, and he hurriedly threw a punch. Longyang punch. Mockery flashed across Shui's icy blue eyes. Then, it raised its claws. Swish! Elder Meng's punch was harshly torn apart. Even his hands were bleeding profusely. Elder Meng was pushed back by this strong force and almost fell to the ground. When he finally stabilized himself, he saw the white lion slowly approaching him. Without a second thought, he turned around and fled. Roar! A roar suddenly sounded in the forest. Elder Meng took half a step forward, and his body suddenly froze. Then, viscous blood flowed out of his ears. Bang! He suddenly fell to the ground, no longer breathing. Chu Liyue walked over, not surprised at all. The suppression of a high-level fiend was enough to directly shatter a Stage 5 warrior's organs. She used a tree branch to remove the black cloth on Elder Meng's face, and an old and unfamiliar face appeared in front of her. Chu Liyue raised his brows and looked at Rongzhen. Rongzhen forced herself to calm down and slowly said, "This is Elder Meng. This is Elder Si Meng. He has been secretly protecting me all these years. Someone from the Si family?" "Yes, the Si family doesn't seem to have such an elder, right? He faked his death 20 years ago, but in reality, he has been serving Mother all these years." Chu Liyue instantly recalled that the current empress, Si Huijing, was the Si family head's younger sister. It seems like the empress and the entire Si family have reservations about His Majesty. No. The rest of the Si family doesn't know about this. Even though Rongzhen hated the empress, she didn't want to drag the Si family into this. Chu Liyue, 4 villages, you have Si Meng by your side, but what about Rongjin and Rongqi? Rongzhen shook her head. The imperial palace is heavily guarded, and imperial mother doesn't dare to go too far. In the past, Elder Si Meng mostly protected Rongjin, but ever since I got injured, he started following me. Now that Si Meng was dead, the last bit of hope in her heart was completely shattered. As Chu Liyue listened, he took out a jade bottle from his Qianquan bag and poured something onto Si Meng's body. Rongzhen had already guessed what it was, but she cowered and didn't dare to speak. Sure enough, after a short while, Si Meng's body completely disappeared. Not a single trace was left behind. Rongzhen widened her eyes at this scene, and her heart raced. After Chu Luiyue settled this problem, he looked at Rongzhen again. Rongzhen seemed to be shocked by her actions and suddenly took a step back. Chu Luiyue looked down at her with a smile on her lips. Okay, now, you can start telling me that secret. After carefully instructing Rongjin, the empress returned to the palace. Too many things had happened today, and she was completely exhausted. The palace servants had all heard about what happened at Tianlu Academy and knew that the empress wasn't in a good mood at this time. Hence, they were especially careful. The empress returned to her room and sat down in front of the dressing table. A face was reflected in the bronze mirror. It was dignified and beautiful, but it was also old and tired. She reached out and slowly brushed past the wrinkles at the corner of her eyes. Even if she took good care of it, it couldn't withstand the corrosion of time. After all, it was different from when she was young. Even she wasn't willing to look at this face, let alone His Majesty. Besides, even if she went back to more than 10 years ago, her face wasn't the one that His Majesty loved the most. Thinking of this, a strong sense of frustration surged in her heart. Bang! She knocked the jewelry box onto the floor. The palace servant serving her at the side immediately knelt down. Your Majesty, please calm down. The Empress wanted to get angry and kill everyone here. But in the end, she held herself back. None of this was important. As long as Rongjin could stabilize his position as the crown prince, there was still hope for everything. She would definitely be the final winner. Thinking of this, she softened her tone. You don't have to be nervous. This consort was just too tired and made a mistake. Put everything away. Yes. The palace servants hurriedly picked up the scattered jewelry one by one and put them back into the box. The Empress asked faintly. How was the fourth princess today? The palace servant hurriedly said, replying to Your Highness, the fourth princess is still in the palace today and is unwilling to come out. The food sent in seems to be useless too. The Empress paused and frowned. After she hit Rongzhen a few days ago, Rongzhen refused to come out. Even though she regretted hitting Rongzhen, she also felt that Rongzhen's temper should change. In this kind of situation, how could she still be arrogant and unbridled? Instead of thinking about how to share Rongjin's and my worries, she only cares about herself. Does she think that she's still the fourth princess that everyone doted on? She originally wanted to give her the cold shoulder for a few days so that she would learn to behave. However, it seemed like it was impossible now. She stood up and said, I'll go and see her. When the Empress walked to Rongzhen's bedroom, it was already evening. When the palace servants saw the Empress, they were all shocked. Greetings, Your Highness. The Empress looked around and indeed didn't see Rongzhen. Where's the fourth princess? Replying to Your Highness, the fourth princess is still in the room. The Empress was even more displeased. I'm already here. Rongzhen must have heard me, but she still doesn't come out. She's really spoiled. She restrained her expression and walked straight to the door that was tightly shut. Zhenzhen, mother is here. The room was silent, and there was no response. The Empress raised her voice. Zhenzhen? Still, no one spoke. The Empress lost her patience and ordered the palace servants to open the door forcefully. Then, she stepped into it. Rongzhen, you've really gone overboard recently. The Empress's remaining words disappeared in her throat. This was because there was no one in the room. She looked around. Zhenzhen? Dead silence. This time, the Empress finally panicked. She quickly searched the room and finally confirmed that Rongzhen wasn't here. She looked at the palace servants behind her in shock and anger. Where did the fourth princess go? The palace servants were also shocked as they knelt down together. "Your Highness, you're wise. The fourth princess has been in her room for the past few days and hasn't come out. Then, where is she now?" So many people said that Rongzhen didn't go out, so she definitely didn't go out for a simple walk. "Why, you really don't know, ah." The empress casually grabbed the teacup beside her and harshly threw it at the palace servants. "Hurry and find her for me. If you can't find the fourth princess, you'll all have to hand over your heads." Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. You're tuning into the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.